Hey everyone, today I'm going to be speedrunning through this game pretty slowly and just explaining everything as I go. I just wanted to do this because I think aside from Marvel's one there isn't really a fully explained run out there. Sure, you can watch Half's GDQ run, but that's pretty out of date and he doesn't explain everything. He obviously still has to go quickly. I think Marvel's might also be a bit out of date. But yeah. Okay, so I'm not gonna really be trying to go fast. I'm just gonna be probably stopping quite a few times and explaining things as we go. So you start off the run by making a new file, name it something meme. You play on normal difficulty unless you're running hard or very hard. No one really runs easy. So I guess I'll go through the settings as well before we start, because some of them are pretty important. So for voices, English is always fastest. Even if you're a weeb, you want English. Gotta save the frames. For text, Japanese is slightly faster outside of loading screens, ever so slightly. Icefire said that the menus feel better in Japanese, but I'm not sure how reliable that is. I think there is some text that is faster in Japanese, but because we use loadless, the whole thing with loading screens being 4 seconds faster each in Japanese than English isn't really going to matter much. But yeah, you'll probably like lose a few seconds from running in English rather than Japanese outside of loading screens. But yeah, don't quote me on that. I haven't actually tested whether the Japanese is faster outside of loading screens, but it feels faster. When I made the switch back to English, I was like, damn, this mashing is taking forever. Like, on quite a few places, so... yeah, I'm not sure what's going on there. Anyway, I'm going to be running in English just so you can understand everything. Okay, so difficulty, normal, partner NPC combat style. Most people play on balanced or passive. Passive makes them not do anything. I guess I'll go through and explain. Balance is like your standard thing. Close range is where they'll only do melee attacks, long range is the opposite. Aggressive just means that they try to attack everything they can. I think they don't attack enemies that aren't hostile to you. Like they won't go and attack wild animals, but I'm not too sure about that. This does give them a lot of stagger potential on bosses like A2, because they just go full on aggressive. Cautious, there's not really much difference I could see between cautious and balanced. So, I don't know. Passive just means they'll never attack whatsoever. People use passive because they don't want 9S to screw with counterattacks on Adam, and they also don't want 9S to stagger A2, because that pushes her up against the wall. Stuff like that. But we've been trialing long range actually recently, because they can't, I don't believe the NPCs can stagger with ranged attacks, so you still get the long range DPS. And for Goliath Flower at the start of Grun, if you use passive on that, you actually lose a few seconds because it doesn't die quickly. But with long range, 9S is going to be firing at it just the same as normal, so that's like a good compromise, I think. But more testing needs to be done, so I'm not going to claim anything as the best one. I'm going to be playing on long range for now. Minimap rotation is just preference, vibration, preference, inactive play. If you alt tab and you don't have inactive play on, then you're going to pause the run and lose time. So I do recommend having that on, just in case you do need to alt tab for live split or shit posting in Discord. Camera stuff, inverted master race, no questions asked. This stuff is mostly preference. This is just sensitivity of the camera. I will say for distance, it's when you're first learning the game, I do recommend having the distance on the neutral option, the default. Because when we clip out of bounds, you can sometimes see floor and sometimes not. And if you have this set to like marbles, which is +3, I think that's what marbles uses, the floor that you can and can't see actually changes. So when you look at videos, you're going to be like, well, I can see they have the floor there, but I can't see the floor, and it's gonna prevent you learning. So I recommend just starting with it like that, and then once you get the grasp of where things are out of bounds, you can change it. Zoom speed preference, auto adjust in this game. When you do actions, yeah, it says it down there. When you do actions, the camera will change. And probably the worst case of this in Automata, you can see I've got it to off because it's really annoying. The worst case is when you're just dashing or dash swinging along, and the camera will like come from an overhead behind you position down to like almost directly behind you. And that's because of vertical auto adjust. So if you're sick of like flicking your camera upwards to counteract that, then you should put this to 0. But I guess it's preference in the end. Pre-enemy tracking, the camera will just look towards enemies when they're auto locked on. So there's that. I don't really want that. Auto lock-on's annoying enough already, but I do want locked enemy tracking. Almost to max. I'm just used to it being too off from max. Just makes it feel a little more free. And pursuit speed is, I don't know. I haven't actually tried putting it all the way down, but because we go out of bounds a lot and fiddle with the camera does like really weird stuff. So I don't know, just keep that at max, I guess. And that's all preference. Screen, I recommend putting everything to lowest to achieve maximum performance. Performance does affect physics in this game. You want the best performance you can get. Smooth 60 all the time is the best. But if you can afford to put stuff up and you want to, then, you know, it's up to you. We do use some music cues here, so I recommend running the game with music on, but it's not going to hurt you too much if you don't. Same thing with these. Inactive sound is the same as inactive play. Just when you alt-tab, the sound will keep on going. And then in here, in game, you do have a self-destruct option, which is on by default. And that's good because we use self-destruct a hell of a lot in the run. Yeah, as Fuller said, if you make an input on a frame that wasn't rendered because of your frame rate, then the input doesn't go through. Now controls, I could go on for days about controls. I really dislike the three default types. Most runners do play with one of these or a modification of one of them. As you can see, mine is completely different. And there are a lot of things in here that I'm kind of selling out here, but like this is a really good control scheme once you get used to it. It's like built for the speedrun pretty much. If you can manage using something else but still have like the same, like a similar thing, but oh fuck, I just overwrote my thing, hold on. I don't know. I could make a separate video on the controls, but I guess I'll go through them briefly. Also, typically, I wouldn't be making videos like this that are just on the fly, obviously. I'm used to making highly edited things and refined things, but I don't know, I just felt like doing this. Spending a long time on one wouldn't be worth it, I don't think. So I'll just really quickly go through the controls. In the description, I'll put like a timestamp where you can actually watch the run instead of me babbling on and on and on. But yeah, so let's start with these. Heavy and light attack, this is Dark Souls controls here. It's just what I'm used to. I found it really weird that they had it on square and triangle. What you want with these specifically for the speedrun is to be able to press evade and heavy attack or evade and light attack at the same time. Freely. Like, no struggle about it. And with the default controls you can do that since evader's on R2 and heavy is I think on triangle. But yeah, if you're modifying your controls, make sure you have that. Action and jump, these are just kind of whatever you want them to be. I have them on the button pad because they're good there. I actually jump with circle, and action is on square. So when you're watching the run, that's what's happening. I'm going to be mashing with these instead of these like most people do. So toggle light. In this run we taunt a lot. Taunting is done by spamming toggle light. So you flash your flashlight in the enemy's face and they get really angry and take more damage and deal more damage. So I've got it bound to this one, which is my X, because of my rebuns in Steam Big Picture. And I've also got it bound to select. So during combat, I'm just going to be mashing this, always having the enemy taunted. It's really helpful to have two of them. If you're just mashing with one, it takes a while to taunt an enemy. With two, it's pretty much instant. So system menu, usually on start, but I just have it there because of preference. Same thing with shortcuts. And because I have flashlight on this, which is easy to mash, it'd be a pain to mash this during combat, like a real pain. So lock on, again, just preference. That should be over here, but for easier access, I have it here. So pod program and pod fire. This is also pretty important. I think a lot of people could improve their layouts by incorporating this. Because when you do slow-mo, which is something we do in combat to slow down enemies, it's really easy if you just have pod fire and then slow-mo, and it's just a seesaw motion to renew the slow-mo. Because you have to renew it about 2 seconds after you start to continue the slow-mo effect. So it's just really easy to do that. If you have it over here or something, it's like really strange. And your hands are going to be working independently of each other. It's not just located on one little section of one hand, which I think makes a big difference, but you know, people get used to all kinds of wacky stuff. Swap weapons, default, previous pod, default, use items, default. This is pretty good. All of this is just quick menu, except for self-destruct. Now self-destruct is the king of inputs. In terms of versatility, self-destruct is king. Like, we use self-destruct for so many things. It's abbreviated SD, and it is godlike. You'll see in the run, we use it just all the time. Yeah, I don't know, just put self-destruct, even if you're not used to using it, which you won't be. Just don't have it on one of these buttons, because self-destruct is a very time-sensitive thing. You wanna have precise timing with it. So it's bad to have it on one of these clickers, and especially not double-click. Do not do that. You're gonna hate yourself. Just like... yeah, it's kind of like that for this. It also has a lot of other uses apart from like fiddling with the animations that 2B has. It can cancel pretty much any animation. It also stops fall damage, it helps us fall faster, it preserves momentum, and it helps with a clip, one of the clips. It can be used to get a higher jump. What else? It takes us to 1 health when fully completed. It can be used to spear dash. There are just so many things you can do with it. Spear dashing is something we don't use in this run, but yeah, it's pretty special. Anyway, that's all the controls done, I think. Shortcuts does need to be bound. All the things here need to be bound somewhere. I'm not wasting any of my button space here. I press all of these buttons several times during a run, so you know, these are important. System menu, shortcuts, not very timing sensitive, so I put those on the clickers. That's about it. Reset camera. So you could have this next pod, previous pod, doesn't really matter. We only get 2 pods in A ending, so it's going to do the exact same thing every time. Generous D. Myth D. Alright. So that's it. And what was the other one? Reset camera. I really don't like the reset camera in this game. I know Fullest uses reset camera button for camera control. I really don't like it. But it's just personal preference in the end. I guess you could get rid of something. By the way, we're never leaving this control screen. I don't know what you could replace. I guess you could put it on double clicker, but then you might accidentally pause sometimes. I don't know. Maybe you could put it on touchpad. Anyway, I'm gonna go ahead and start the run.
Everything that lives is designed to end.
So I guess one bad thing about running this game is that it starts with a 4.5 minute shmup.
Is this a curse?
The first minute and a half of which is just sitting there and waiting.
I often think about the God who blessed
Just like Ocarina of Time.
And wonder if we'll ever have the chance to kill him.
Just waiting.
This is command. Your house squadron come in.
What is there to go through now? I guess if you've only played through the game once or twice,
This is operator 60. All units confirmed.
meditate.
Past the 50-kilometer threshold and are proceeding toward the target. Understood.
If you played through the game once, I guess you might not remember. There are like, I think there are 3, no 4. There are 4 shmups we have to go through in A ending. I think. Yeah, there's one here, one on the way to City Ruins for the first time, one for City Angles, and one for Grun. Grun is obviously the longest one. But with these things, whenever you're in travel mode like this, you just want to be taking out the waves as quickly as possible. So as soon as the waves spawn, you're on them, you know where they're going to spawn. You even sometimes start heavy attacks early, or pod programs early. But other than that, there's not much to this section. You can just watch the strats and copy what I do. They're fairly refined. I think we could improve it with some AI manip. But yeah. The other thing I'm doing here is getting hit by lasers intentionally, and that is to use up my large and medium recoveries. And what that does is save menu time when we go into the shortcut menu later on to buff up for marks, because we don't have to go down several options in the menu. So for these sections we use Podfire and Heavy Attacking. Heavy Attacking is so strong when you're in this travel mode. Stealth mode, I think they call it. Gives you a huge shield, really long duration, you can still move around, and the hitbox is ridiculous. When we're in these, I think they call this mobile configuration, this is where you start spamming light attacks. Because the heavy attack in this is pretty garbo. It looks cool, but it is frankly just garbage.
Captain, I think 4B down.
You also want to put your weapon set onto weapon set 2, unlike I did just there.
2B to operator 60.
Just any time before the end of this shmup.
The operation is
And that's because when you land on the other end of the shmup, you're already in the correct weapon set to do combat. The game starts you off on weapon set 1, which is not what we want to use. So there I am in weapon set 2. Can't swap pod, and I've got 2 recoveries left. Guys in chat, feel free to bring up anything that you think I should mention. I know you probably will anyway. Obviously, you can't expect me to execute everything perfectly in one run, so I'm probably going to mess a few things up. You should just watch a bunch of runs, honestly, to see what different people do and to see what looks good and what doesn't.
Yes, I'm aware of that.
Yeah, but I don't know what makes him escape. Anyway, so I've spawned here. I'm just going to dash twice to the side and start damage glitching. I don't like taunting here. I feel it's not really necessary. And also, taunted enemies are way more aggressive in their attack patterns, so they give you spinny arms a lot if they are taunted. It's basically just knowing where the waves are for this first silo. That guy we do taunt because he has a lot of health. Oh, that's good chess.
Is that our target?
Negative. This enemy is unrelated.
So, on the last guy there, I did do a damage glitch, and then I swapped weapon sets to have Contract, which is the small sword, on light. And spamming light attacks with Contract actually gives you more DPS than spamming light attacks with Treaty. So I threw the damage glitch, then swapped weapons, and then slashed him a few times. I haven't measured the time save, but it sure seems faster every time I do it. So here,
Dispatch it as swiftly as possible.
I always just shoot this guy, lock on. When I see what attack he's doing, then I open the buff menu, because then I have time to think, oh, he's doing this attack, this is where I should position, while I'm applying the buffs. And then I'm already ready. So you want to buff. And then that attack was actually really good RNG. You want him to do a horizontal flat swipe or the push with the flat. The others are okay. The worst one is the one where he goes off to the right hand side and just slams down on nothing. That one's really bad because you don't have enough time to set up a damage glitch for that. With this one, I damage glitched at him before he came down, and then I light attacked with the large sword. The large sword has quite a long range with the light attack, which is why I didn't swap to the small sword. So the damage glitch with buffs and the light attack takes him to a threshold here, and that's why the dialogue here starts. It's at about 65%. And then the rest of the fight doesn't really matter as long as you have him to 0. By the end of the dialogue, which I don't, by the way. But you should kill him a lot earlier than that. And we mash with 2 buttons. You can either vibrate your arm on both buttons at once. I find that's the quickest way, but it also stresses my arm out a lot when I'm doing a lot of runs. So you can just alternate your fingers like that. Most people have the mashing buttons there. Because of my bindings, I have them here. So with Marks, there was a lot to explain there, but basically he can only die once he is at, it's about 5% of his health, and once the dialogue is finished. And that happens with a lot of bosses. They sit at like 1 health above their death health, and wait until the dialogue finishes, and then when the dialogue finishes, or whatever finishes that needs to finish, like an animation of the boss, then they die. But you do need to deal the final hit to them once the barrier to the death health is removed. I don't really know how to word it. Yeah, the health bar disappears there. Whenever they're sitting 1 health above transformation or death, the health bar will disappear. So here, this is crane skip. Looks really intimidating. Very first high jump or piece of fancy tech in the game. You want to get up on top of this crane, and we can do this pretty quickly. 2B is insane. She has a lot of stuff going on. So I guess I can just run through like the high jump tech now. I'll do it over here so that I don't actually shoot down the crane, which I did almost before. So the start of almost all your aerial combos is going to be a lift. And a lift is when you jump and heavy attack at the same time. And that's the animation it produces. With a large sword it'll do this. We never use this lift with a large sword. Nearly all the lifts in the run, actually all of them, are going to be using small sword. So this is what a lift will always look like. You can, if you want more height, you can swap to bare fist. That gives a lot more height than the small sword one, but we don't actually need that height for anything in Prologue, and the menu time for swapping takes time. There's a really tough high jump coming up in Prologue called the bridge skip. It's notorious for being difficult. You can spend the menu time and swap out to bare fist there. The skip saves like 40 seconds or something, so it is worth it if bare fist is what you need to get up. But yeah. So with lifts, you can also delay them. So after you press jump, there is a window within which pressing heavy will still perform the lift. So you don't need to do it on the same frame or anything, you can actually delay it quite a bit. So you do get the jump height, and then partway into the jump animation you start the lift animation. It's like a boost on top of the lift height. So getting the hang of the really delayed lifts is going to help a lot for bridge skip. Not so much in other places. Bridge skip's by far the tightest high jump we have. But yeah. On top of that, whenever you're in mid-air, you can heavy attack. She does this slamming one, but you'll see right after I press heavy, she gains some height. And once she's gained the height, then you can cancel it with like a jump or something. So it's like you get the jump height, jump height, heavy height. And you can just chain them. You only get 2 jumps. And hovers and stuff like that. Heavy, it's kind of hard. There are a lot of things to list in the aerial movement. Different things refresh different other things. Like jumps refresh your heavies, heavies refresh your jumps, but you're only limited to 2 jumps. Dash also refreshes heavy. So you can technically gain height like that. Should do this up against the wall or something, so that you can see. Now you also have a plunge, which is like a lift, but for dashing. So you do a dash and heavy. And again, there's that same window. So you can do an instant plunge like that. Or you can do a delayed plunge. And whenever people mention delayed plunge or delayed lift, that's what they're talking about. Hitting the heavy at the end of the window that you can. Anyway. So that's basically all you need to know to do crane. You can hold jump to glide, and while you're gliding you can press either light or heavy attack to do a pug spin. Jumps refresh your glide and spin. Dashes also refresh it. And when you walk off something, you can also do that. So I just walk off this without doing like a jump or attack or anything. And you can glide straight away, then jump. Oops, that was a light attack. And there's 4 pod spins off the bat. I'll show you later the kinds of long jumps we can do, because 2B is just bonkers. But yeah, it's really crazy. So when you walk off something, you don't need to jump right away. You don't only get a second jump if you walk off, you actually get 2. And there's quite a window after you walk off something where you can still get 2 jumps. But yeah, so here, to start off with, I'd probably recommend just standing here and doing a lift. And then heavy, jump, and then glide and spin across. That's like the super easy way to do it. Obviously when we're speedrunning, we want to conserve as much momentum as possible and also dash as much as possible when we can. But that's like a super easy way to do it. And I'll just show you some other ways. This is what I do when I run. I dash off the edge, heavy, because when you walk off the edge and heavy in midair, you still get your 2 jumps, but you're technically starting from a higher position than if you were to do the lift from off this thing. Because you just walk off heavy and you're already higher. And then you can do the lift, and yeah, you still have the 2 jumps. that's what I do in the run. I would come across here, dash, so I technically touch ground there and refresh my jumps when I dash up onto this crate. And then I'm up. You don't want to go across here. You definitely don't want to shoot this thing down, because if you do, then you can't actually do the skip. Well, you can, but you need to do this, and this is really, really tough, and you're not going to be able to do it. Even I can't do it most of the time. But there's a really tough high jump there you can do as a backup, but yeah. Don't shoot that down. From the top of this thing, it's basically just the same thing you did to get up here. And just walk off. Do the same pattern. You can also do other stuff like a pod launch. If you didn't know during casual play and you just sometimes did this, like I did, I was super confused when that happened. It's pod fire and jump at the same time, or within a certain window of each other. So you can use that as well, but just be careful not to shoot the thing down. Probably don't do it to get up here, but you can use it to get up here. If you somehow, for some reason, want to. Now plunging is really fast horizontal movement and downwards movement, which is mainly what we use it for. It's a lot faster than chaining dashes together when you are in a plunge, but we also use it to gain a bit of height. So when you cast the plunge, she goes up a bit and then she goes down and diagonally. So you saw before I used it to get up there. You don't need to. Most of the time you don't need a plunge at the end of an aerial combo. But you can use it. Like if I'm here. Okay, well I was too high that time, but that's how you would kind of recover. If you were too low coming from this thing, you could use a plunge to get up. Anyway. Yeah, well, fuck weaponless. Kappa. We don't need to worry about this. We're not going to be coming back here ever in A-ending.
Do it.
Don't need to worry about this. We're just going to continue along this place. We shouldn't have access to this place. It's supposed to be like a backtrack shortcut unlock. But... oh, by the way, I don't think I ever said, running around like this is really slow. You want to be chaining long dashes together. Don't sit here spamming dash. A lot of people do that when they first start. That's really slow. That's slower than sprinting if you just spam dashes like this. You want to be doing long dashes, because what that does is maximize the time you're spending in the dash, which is fast movement, and it minimizes the animation start. And we further extend that later on by doing this, dash swinging, but at the moment we have a level 1 weapon. This weapon gains attack speed when you level it up. At the moment, all the animations of it are too slow to exploit, to move quicker, but when it's level 2 we can do this dash, you hold dash and then a heavy after the dash is finished. So it gives you this running heavy swing, which is quite fast. Yeah, what Phyllis said. There are no places in the run where sprinting is more worthwhile. Yeah, that's 57 seconds starting from when you press the dash, right? So if you're... so technically if you're waiting... technically if you're waiting behind a door then, like a closed door, like in factory say, and you start sprinting, then is it quicker to just... yeah, you are susceptible to stumbling. So... wouldn't it be quicker, like when we're coming back through the end of Deep Factory, to just sprint? Since we can sprint right out of the door of the elevator. Anyway,
Exit confirmed.
here is just more combat. You'll notice in my run, because these guys jump back a lot, I do slow-mo. Slow-mo's, it's not necessarily an advanced technique, but you don't need it at all in the run. It's like a quality of life thing for combat. So anyway, there are 6 enemies there that spawn. Just kill them. You don't really need to taunt. Here, this is a really fun wave. People have different strategies for this. Most people will try and line them up and then get a laser off on a lot of them. I'm pretty bad at that. I only got 2 there. I tend to just like... It is faster if you can get a laser on a lot of them pretty soon after the wave comes, but I tend to just lock on and press dash and then swing towards them while pod firing and taunting them. But you just do whatever works. This one just damage glitching. Oh, I never actually explained damage glitching. That's probably kind of necessary. Lol. I'll put a note in the video. When I was talking about Mark Spawn stuff, I was just like, yeah, just damage glitch. Dented plate, PogChamp. So damage glitch is our main combat thing in the run. It's just, we have this standing heavy attack with a small sword in slot 2. So it does that animation, throws out the spinning sword. This one alone doesn't do much damage, but when you do it while dashing, so at any part of the dash, it will throw out the sword just like normal, but it will have a 5 times damage multiplier. So we call it damage glitch or damage exploit, but I'm not going to get into that debate right now. So yeah, that's the only move we use for, well, not the only one, but for most combat, we use a damage glitch. And when you throw out, if you keep on spamming it, it's really, really inefficient, so don't do that. You need to let the sword spin on top of the enemy, because that's where most of the DPS comes from. So please don't do this. Later on we're going to be doing double damage glitch, which is where we, well, I can show you it now. It's just not efficient to do it in the prologue here. You equip a small sword on slot 2 of both weapon sets, and then you can swap weapon sets after every damage glitch. And you see how if I do it with a single set, it disappears every time. If I keep on swapping weapon sets between them, the swords are actually separate instances. So that's really powerful. It almost doubles our DPS. Having 2 swords out at once, spinning on top of the enemy for 5 times the damage of normal, it's a lot of DPS. On top of that, we taunt them. I never actually explained taunting. You flash enough times, they get enraged. It puts a buff on the enemy, it's not a buff on you. That's kind of important, it's a buff on the enemy. They turn red and steamy, and they deal 1.5 times the damage, and they take 1.5 times the damage. It's not you dealing 1.5 times the damage, so if you taunt one enemy and go to fight another enemy, there's nothing different about this enemy. This one's the only one with a buff. So that's important to remember. You actually have to taunt an enemy. And taunting's kind of really high on the priority list when you're doing combat. You always want the enemy taunted. I don't think there's a case in A ending where you don't want to taunt an enemy. Everything can be taunted except for marks, angles, and anything in a shmup. You don't have a flashlight in shmups, so you actually can't taunt. Apart from that, everything can be taunted, I believe. Every enemy. Oh, animals can't be taunted as well, but that doesn't really matter. So all machines can be, and androids that you can fight. So here's Bridge. It's a big boy. If we just use the aerial movement we learnt before, we really struggle to get enough height. But, okay, so this is weapon set 2 that you would normally start with. I might just reset my weapon sets, just to not make it confusing. So this is what you would normally have. Weapon set 1 is the bad one for combat that we only use once in the prologue, and I'll show you where we use it just up here. Weapon set 2, this is the main weapon set, this is our favorite one, and it has the contract for damage glitching, and it has the treaty. So the large sword, you can do a light attack in mid-air, and it gives you a little bit of height there. You see that? It's just like the small sword heavy. So what you can do is you can't cancel the heavy with a light attack. You can see I'm mashing light attack there, but you can cancel the light attack with a heavy. So what you do is you do the lift like always, and then light attack, and then heavy, and that gives you 2 height boosts. And then you jump, and then once you jump, you actually refresh the light attack and the heavy, so you can do them again. So it's lift, light, heavy, jump, light, heavy. Now if you wait, this is very timing specific, this skip. If you wait too long after the jump, then you're going to do a pod spin. That is if you're holding the jump button down. Because yeah, that's what you can do a pod spin when you're gliding, and she starts gliding when she starts traveling downwards while you're holding jump. If you aren't holding jump down but you do it too late, then she just does nothing. You can see an animation come out there, but that's from the previous heavy that we cancelled. When you cancel heavy attacks, this is just an aside, but when you cancel heavy attacks, it does weird spinny sword things with the animation. Like that, you can see. So don't get distracted by those animations. I know it's tough at first to tell what I'm doing without looking at my inputs, but yeah, this is a delayed lift. It's really important. It's like the #1 thing people struggle with for this skip, because the height is so specific and tough to achieve. You really need to delay your lift a lot. So I'll try to get, like, I don't know, maybe this angle is better to see my height. That is a decent lift. What's not a decent lift is like one that high, almost instant. That one's also pretty crap. That one as well. When you get to about here, then that's kind of good enough. It depends on how well you chain your inputs too. So when you're beginning, your input chaining, which is kind of just going by feel, you won't get as much height out of your string of inputs as more experienced players will. So it's best to just like get a really good delayed lift and then do an attempt off that. So light, heavy, jump, light, heavy. So yeah, if you do it too late, it won't work. That's a successful attempt, and then yeah, you add a plunge at the end. So the full string is lift, a delayed one, then when you're in midair, light, heavy. You can actually press the heavy right after the light, and the heavy input will actually buffer until after the light attack is done. So when I do attempts, I actually mash heavy. And same thing up here too. You can't buffer the plunge after the heavy, so that is kind of timing specific. Pacific. Good. But yeah. So that's how you get up there. I've probably missed a few things. So I did mention that the delayed lift was the hardest part of this. The second hardest part, where people are losing height, is the timing of the light attack after the jump. So the double jump in midair, when you do a light attack after that, as I said, if you do it too late, either nothing will happen or you'll do a pod spin, depending on whether you're holding jump or not. But either way, the jump failed. It doesn't happen here, so Automata does something really weird with chaining inputs in midair. I can't really explain it, but when you use up a light and a heavy here, then you get this phenomenon where you can't light attack while you're falling. See, like I'm mashing it there and nothing is happening because I've already used it once in midair, but if you're traveling upwards, then you can use it a second time. But if I just double jump here, then I can use it as I'm falling because I haven't previously used it in the jump. It's really weird and I don't know why it works that way, but it's something you mostly don't have to worry about. If I do a like that and then try to use it, it just doesn't come out. So anyway, that's just something special. I'm not sure how many people know that, but yeah. So the timing, you want to delay the light after the double jump as much as possible without doing it too late, obviously. So now we're on top of bridge. The first time you get this after like 40 minutes of trying, probably going to be pretty happy. Don't fall off like that, because it puts you all the way back here. If you do just sit up there, 2B's idle animation will push you off. But hopefully in a speedrun you're not sitting up there. There are other ways to get up there too. You can do what's called a double lift. We use it a few times throughout the run. We used to use it a lot more, but now we've found alternatives which are actually quicker. Like more out of bounds instead of high jumps. So a double, when you do this lift, it pushes you upwards, but it also gives you a bit of forward momentum. And you can see it especially if I do a bare fist, a BF double lift. Where is it? Yeah. Here. So the BF one's a lot higher, as I said. She kind of scoops down a bit when she does the lift. God, I really hate this environment, hold on. So she scoops down a bit with her feet, and she actually has collision there, so if you can go uphill, you can go up a slant, and when you do the lift, after you've already made the jump and the heavy inputs, she'll actually touch the ground again, so the game will give you back all your jumps. So what you get there is a lift, and then your jumps refresh, and you can actually lift again in midair, because the game thinks that you've touched the ground. Well, you have actually touched the ground. So yeah, it's a lot easier to get that with the BF double lift because it dips down. And the SS1 kind of just goes forward and upwards, but it does scoop a little bit. If you slow the video down, you can kind of see that she scoops. So what it looks like when you successfully get a double lift by lifting uphill. This one here is a bit finicky. It's a lot easier on just a straight incline, but you can get a double lift here. See how high we can get here. We're already above bridge and we didn't even use any light attacks. It's basically starting the aerial combo but way up in the air. Just as if you were standing on the ground but up high. You can actually also add in a heavy attack after the lift because you're technically in midair but you do have all your jumps still. Just like earlier when we walked off the side of the crate and we could just heavy attack right away and then do the lift. It's just like this. So you can pod launch across there, that's one way of getting across. You can also do, I think, J Mortalities has a video, or maybe it's Ryanide. They have a video of like 5 different ways to do bridge skip. But the straight high jump method is the one that we all use in speedruns because it's the quickest. But it is very tough. So yeah. Now that you're on top of bridge, what do? Well, you need to get across there. The safest way of doing it is just to do jump, spin, and then you're across. What people used to do... Please don't fall off. What people used to do... Whoops, okay. They used to jump and then pod launch. I find pod launching is unreliable. Because if you're For some reason, if your downward momentum is too strong, you can't pod launch, but it only happens when you're above a gap. Like, when you're out of bounds anytime, above the void, underneath the world, pod launching there is a bit finicky. I'll show you what I mean later when we do Let's Play, or something else. Yeah, pod launch is just super unreliable here. You can make the inputs just fine, but sometimes it just won't work because of this giant chasm that you're above. So anyway, what I do is hold on, I just fell off. Oh my gosh, 2B, why? I dash off this edge because we want to be dashing as much as possible. And then I jump, and then I do a light attack. A plunge with the large sword. So you can watch any of my runs for that. I'm just going to reset this weapon set again. And this is why I like recording a bunch of stuff and then editing it. This is just like a flurry of information, unorganized information. Hopefully someone has the patience to watch this through though. Anyway. Oh my god. So dash, dash, and then I do a really delayed plunge with this large sword. This is just movement optimization. What I used to do was do it with a small sword because I didn't know the large sword actually had that plunge. You really don't need to worry about this stuff, but I'm just showing you. I'm kind of like explaining why I do what you see me do in my runs. Because this can help for experienced players as well. Please stay up there. So I used to... hold on. I used to come across here and then plunge here. And that was a really good plunge. But the thing is, when you small sword plunge like that to get to the ground quickly, you can actually get stuck on top of this door for a little while. I'll show you. I don't know why I'm not getting stuck now, but you do get stuck there if you delay your plunge too much. And you can also just plunge on top of that thing and hit the ground up there instead of down here. So anyway, the large sword plunge is like a dash and then a straight down thing. I'll show you in here. It's just a slam. That's the only time we ever use that. So anyway, back to the prologue progression. Don't need to activate this, we're never coming back here. Just continue on. Now here, normally you are... So we've just done a shortcut here, right? We're inside the actual factory now. Normally you'd come from up these steps and down here, dun, 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 across here and continue along the windy path. But what we do, we just come from here, go into this corner, and you can see down the bottom right in the minimap what I'm doing. So I'm just looking kind of straight into the corner. You can like do anywhere from about here until here, and it'll work just fine. The inputs you want to do is just like a lift, heavy, jump, heavy, and then a plunge at the end. You just want enough height. So lift, heavy, jump, heavy, and you can see the minimap kind of rumbles like that. That's where it's kind of like, what I'm doing right now is going through this little gap in the wall here, between these stairs and the wall, and when it's rumbling like that, I believe the game is like freaking out a little bit. So yeah, you just do the inputs, and then the lighting changes right before you make the clip, and that's how you know you've got it. But this overall is pretty easy. So you can see the lighting in the room changes, it brightens a bit, just at the very end. And then I just add a plunge. You don't need to plunge there. You can just dash. But what you don't want to do is you don't want to get all this high and then come over here to the left again. you want to keep on angling to the right so that you don't clip back in here. So anyway, now that we're out of bounds, this area gives people a lot of struggles as well, even though it's really short. If you fall into the lava, that's just a drown. It's like a drowning, so it just respawns you like over there or ahead. I think it's back there. Let me see. Oh wow, all the way back there because I didn't hit a checkpoint. So probably don't do that in runs. It's not a very good idea. Oh please. Oh, I'll just quickly show you the double lift here. So on these steps it's super easy to get a double lift. You just face up the incline. Ah, yeah, it is there. So with the double lifts, you just face up the incline. You can actually turn around like really early into the lift and you'll still get the double lift. But yeah, you don't need to worry about that. Just, we do have a double lift skip coming up that is exactly like these stairs. So if you want to practice, you can practice on here. Oh yeah, if you don't do, yeah, you're right. Yeah, that's true. So basically you just never want to fall into the lava. I'm not going to go through this intended path because I don't actually know what optimal movement there looks like. I've never done it, I've always just done bridge skip. And you should too. I think this saves like 40 seconds or something. And crane skip saves like 25. I can't really remember the numbers. But anyway, just keep on trying until you get this. Equip BF for an easier lift if you want. This is where I spoke about changing the equips that you have. Just on set 1, so that you still have set 2 for damage glitching. Oh, crane saves more time than bridge. Huh. Anyway, BF makes this super easy. But still, don't feel bad if you can't get it right away. Because it's like a 4 out of 5 in terms of difficulty of learning. By the way, there is actually a spreadsheet that I made. Well, I copied Marbles. Marbles made a spreadsheet with all the time saves of the skips that we use, and the difficulties of learning, and whether he recommends to learn them at first when you're learning the whole run. He made that, and I made my own version, because I disagreed with some things. I'm going to link both of them in the description, so probably check that out. And just, yeah, just follow our advice. So here, we're met with this wall here. We do a clip. You can actually clip multiple ways. Oh, bridge does save more. Okay. So there are like a few different ways to clip here. The one we do in the run is just a pod launch. Now, have we done any clips like this so far? No, we haven't actually done any full, like, out of bound clips. So this one back here was just getting enough height to slip through this hole, I believe. I think that's how it works. But so different actions that we can do have different pushing power, we call it. Pod launch has a bit if you get it on the right angle, because obviously with pod launch you go very fast at the peak of the movement, and that can push you through some walls at certain angles. Hey Rem. You can also do a heavy hold with small sword on slot 2, and that looks like this, and that is actually very strong for clipping out. And Shabu Shabu is going to kill me if I don't tell you how that actually works, or how he thinks it works. But I feel like he brings it up every time. Kappa. You just like, it looks like you're thrusting into a corner, but actually the collision of one thing that you're thrusting into is pushing you sideways into another, I believe. And you can do the same thing here. So I'll just do the pod launch version actually for now. You just kind of, the angle you want if you look at the minimap, it's not off to the side, it's almost directly forward but slightly to the right. So you're aiming, I don't know if you can see the mouse, it might be flickering a bit, but you aim kind of in this gap. So you want to aim here. And if you aim too far to the right, actually, I believe that's why it happens. You can get stuck in this area. Obviously, you can't step out of here, and the camera goes a bit funny. But to get out of here, you just do the exact same thing you did the first time, but against this corner. And you can also get stuck along each one of these things on the side here. Here again. But what you don't want to do is go too far to the left, because then you get stuck under this walkway here, and then you have to drown. So it's kind of like a very thin line we're walking. Here it's okay. Most of the time when you start out, you're going to be getting stuck there in this little side bit. And I just clipped back in, as you can see, and I'm stuck under the walkway now. So you don't want to go too far to the left. And when you get stuck here, you just have to continue along and then drown in this lava. Oh, you can high jump to clip back on into the floor of the normal path. Yeah, I thought that worked, but I couldn't do it just then, so... Yeah, I have cursor enabled in OBS, I think. Let me just make sure. It does help having mouse capture for a lot of these things. Oh, there we go. Okay, so the area you want to be clipping into is like here. Hopefully you can see. On my screen the mouse is flickering, but yeah, that's just because of fire, I think. Oh, by the way, most runners use this far mod. It's a performance mod for Automata because it's a shitty port. It helps frame rate, but it also helps fix crashes and weird glitches. It makes the game look a lot more shit if you disable this, but this is like a huge performance boost. Like, you're gonna expect up to 30 FPS gain from this if you have a bad computer. Because normal game has it like this, and that drains a lot of resources. So if you turn that off, you get a huge performance boost. You can also remove the FPS cap, but that's not allowed for speedruns. You have to keep it at 60, because it just breaks the physics. Other than that, it also helps the game run at actually 1080p, because normally it's 900p scaled up, and that doesn't look very good. Yeah, for some people it does cause more problems than it fixes. But if you are having problems with the game, like technical issues, you should try installing FAR. I'm tentative to recommend the most recent version. At the moment, it's 0.7.0.14. But most people are on 0.12, I think, or some earlier versions that are actually stable. So anyway, you can come into the Discord, by the way, and chat about that. I'll put the link in the description. I have it on most of my videos anyway. So yeah. 0.7.0.10, yeah. So here, as I said, you're trying to clip here. Oh look, the cursor's showing up, nice. Because of FAR. So yeah, you just want to kind of pod launch on this angle. What I do, and what many other people do, is cancel the pod launch right after you actually start traveling. So the very first part of the pod launch is what pushes you through the wall here. And then you can actually cancel out of a pod launch with a dash. Like really early. You can see I'm mashing dash, and that's how early I can cancel out of it. So what that does is means you won't go all the way through the pod launch and clip into this side bit. You might sometimes if you mess it up, but it really helps to avoid that. And it also saves time because pod launches are slow as fuck. I mean, they're quick once you're in them, but I don't know. They slow down at the end. Anyway, if you get stuck along here, just do that. Try not to clip it back in the left-hand side. Don't go too far to the left here because you get stuck. If you do get stuck there, just do a high jump like Ethereum said. Yeah, there's a huge wind-up animation and there's also a huge backswing. So I just got, hold on. This is not where we usually go. Well, we kind of go here, but it's not where you're supposed to go. You know, I might actually just enable the practice tool. So we have this beautiful thing called a practice tool. Marky compiled it using different resources on the internet where people had already found addresses to tinker with. It's banned for runs obviously because you can just enable no clip and clip out like fucking anywhere. You can also get infinite jump. But what it is used for is practicing, and it's super duper handy, and I highly recommend it for learning and just practicing in general. I use it a ton. So yeah.
Infinite double jump on.
And that'll also be in the description. So you just come along here in a run. Here you want to dash off first and then kind of loop back around to the left. And then in the midair just plunge down to this area. There is a trigger around here. If when you're coming from up there, out of bounds, you plunge down and you angle too far forward, you can actually come around out of bounds over there. Oh my gosh. So come around out of bounds and then come back into bounds here. I'll show you on the minimap actually. If you come around this way, then you can actually dodge the trigger that's here. And that's bad because when you go through here, this fight won't start, you won't be able to progress, and you'll go out there and there'll be a huge hole in the ground because this trigger wasn't hit. And this trigger is what spawns all this stuff ahead. So anyway, you can just watch a run to see what the movement looks like up there, but that's how you do the out of bounds. Here, most people just stand here and then laser. We're still kind of trying to figure out why the laser can kill some of them sometimes, or just knock the shields off other times, or just do nothing sometimes. It seems kind of random, but what I think is happening is that when they're hopping towards you like he is, and they're in midair, if they get hit while they're in midair, then it does the full damage to them and ignores their shield. But, you know, you can laser all 6 of them and kill them in one shot if you're really lucky and skilled. Anyway, otherwise you just laser most of them and damage glitch them. So here, just damage glitching. You should be taunting them and also mixing in light attacks after your damage glitch. With this wave, you'll see most people stand about here and laser all 4 of them. Well, not all 4 of them, but the 4 on the left here. But I like to do the swag strat, which is throw a damage glitch down about here where I'm standing, and that's where this guy on the far right will spawn. And then he gets killed by the damage glitch, and then you set up the laser for all 4. But just do what you want to. You're going to be really bad at combat when you first start. The combat's by far the hardest part of the run to get good at. But yeah, you just clear out these waves. So you use laser 3 times in that silo.
I surveyed the entire factory, but couldn't find anything resembling our target.
Maybe they...
So then that's the bulk of the factory stuff done.
somewhere?
In these chests are recoveries. If you really need them, you can take
You
them.
mean the birds? Yeah,
But
there's
you
more
shouldn't.
plants and animals here than there used to be. Probably because the environment's
And of course, after prologue, you get all your drops stolen from you. So we don't pick up anything here. So the trigger here, once you hit the trigger, you don't need to keep on dashing or moving in any particular direction.
Check it out.
It'll always take the same amount of time.
Like command to get a location wrong. I guess even they get bad intel from time to time.
Because for some dialogues, you step into the dialogue trigger, and then she walks a certain distance, and then there's another trigger that she hits while she's forced slow walking, and that will actually start the cutscene. I forget which ones that's for, but that does happen in some places. For this one, you just hit the first trigger and then you can do whatever you want.
Jamming detected.
You should lock onto this guy, throw a damage glitch down as he comes down.
All this taken off.
Come over here, set up another damage glitch. I cancelled that one and I got hit, so that wasn't very good of me, but that's the gist of it. You actually don't need a buff for this if you're good, but I'm playing badly, so I will buff. I recommend you do buff to start with, and you want to get it to half health. Once it's at half health, it'll just sit there. Its health bar doesn't actually disappear like most buses does. But yeah, once it's finished its first attack and it's at half health and you're hitting it, then it will actually die. But you need to make sure you keep on firing at it. So this first phase is just do whatever you want. Doesn't really matter too much. Try to get as much damage as possible on it, but again, it doesn't matter too much. Because in the very final phase you do huge amounts of damage anyway, and you have plenty of time to get it to its threshold. But what I'll show you here is that this is how powerful slow-mo is. So when you're charging pod program, it slows everything except for 2B and her allies and her weapon. So you can charge pod slow-mo up, and then once it's fully charged, the effect stops. But you need to chain the slow-mo.
What's your status?
So you need to chain the slow-mo into pod fire to cancel the slow-mo, because if you just let go of slow-mo, which is the pod program button, then it's just going to do a laser. Shabby's deep factory clip is really cool. Saves like 8 seconds or something, right? I'm not good enough to do it in runs yet, but I'm going to show it off in this anyway. So,
This is the target. I'm going to destroy.
this is slow-mo. You can see how slow everything is moving. So then you can see everything kind of jumps forward back to normal speed once a certain point in the slow-mo is reached.
Alert. Incoming enemy attack from below. Proposal.
What slow-mo also does is slow environmental things like the crushes in Deep Factory towards the end of the run. So this is how you would cycle slow-mo normally. You just wait. Actually, once you have 2 pods available, you'll be able to see that a second laser starts charging up from the side, and it's around that point when you should cancel the slow-mo and reapply it. But when you're doing it with damage glitches, it just kind of looks like this. This is going to be really tough to do at first, and I recommend that you don't start with pod slow-mo because it's very easy to mess up, and it's not that useful compared to other things that you could be learning. The skill ceiling in the combat in this game is really high. You can spend hours and hours on it and still feel like you're trash. But I should explain with this phase. This is phase 2 of Engels. The first attack that he did is RNG. He has a choice of like 6 or 7 different attacks. Most of them are ranged, and those are the good ones that you want. He can also do claps, which is where he just comes across and goes. And that one's like 2 seconds slower than the ranged attacks. And then he can also do slams, which is alternating melee attacks. That's 20 seconds slower than claps, I believe. And he can also do punches, which is the same as slams. So if you get them, you pretty much just lost 20 seconds to RNG, which is why people hate this boss. But yeah, so he does 3 attacks in this phase. The first one is RNG, the second 2 are just a single slam each time. And this phase ends once he finishes his 3rd attack. So he does random attack, ambush, single slam, ambush, single slam, and then 9S hacks into the missiles and this bit begins. Actually I have no recoveries here, so I might just turn on 1-hit kills for now. Because I'm a hacker boy. So we just run over to this thing, there's not much we can do here. Then there's this cutscene. You can watch world record for movement through here. But this is the double lift off the stairs that I was talking about, so
Send a support request to command.
Negative.
I'm just gonna kill these guys to make sure. So I believe when the demo was out, people were doing this jump across here, but they actually added an invisible wall so that you can't do this jump anymore. And I'm not sure why that piece of money is just floating in the air, but that's cool, whatever. So what we do is a high jump from this side, because they added an invisible wall on the right side of this, but not the left side. I guess because they didn't even think about people getting this much height, I don't know. So you just do a double lift combo. And the double lift combo usually is just a lift, and that's the one where you refresh your jumps. So you lift upwards, up the incline, and it's really simple, just don't delay your lift like this, because then you're higher up and you're less likely to get the scoop onto the ground. Just do it instant, just jump and heavy almost at the same time. And it helps to be moving upwards into the slope. And then you can just do another lift straight away. That's what I do. And then heavy jump heavy, and then you can dash across here. Just like mess around with the aerial combat. Not aerial combat, aerial movement. You'll get the hang of it after a while. You'll kind of learn what refreshes what, and what you're actually capable of. A lot of the time when you first begin, you're going to be like, your hands are going to be freaking out, like what the fuck am I doing? But yeah, you will get the hang of it pretty quickly. So just something like that is fine. You can go way up here without like any other help, with just light sword attacks and stuff like that. Starting from the stairs down there all the way up here, but yeah, you don't need that much height. Normally there's going to be a guy standing here, you just jump over him or go around him. Here's some more optimization. Just jump onto the ladder. Two little hops from 2B. 1, 2, and then I like to hop off the ladder and like actually gain the height manually, because if you do hop up here, she does this little animation that you're stuck in, and that loses time. So what I'm doing here is releasing and then heavy to maintain height, and then lift, heavy, jump, heavy. But anyway, this stuff's not really important, it's like a second time save, something like that. And there's this cutscene. Learning where all the cutscenes are and where you need to be pausing to skip them or decline holding to skip them is just another thing that's going to come over time. I'm just going to kill these in one shot, because I have no recoveries. But you do use the laser here, or you should rather. And then walk over to 9S, skip that cutscene, skip this one. Now I just shot him once with the one-hit kills on, so he's at his threshold. You'll note that he didn't actually die, and that's a good example of how the threshold works. Dealing millions of damage to him each second. But he's just sitting like 1 health above the threshold for his transformation. So here we're waiting for dialogue.
I didn't know the machines had that kind of intelligence.
It can only progress once this dialogue is finished. So right now we're just firing at him. Normally you'd see his health just gradually going down.
To provide support.
And we want him to start... We want him to choose a new attack after the dialogue is finished.
Control on the enemy's upper arm. Use your pod. Should be able to take it over.
I told you to shut up!
So that was actually godlike RNG there. Okay, never mind. He actually chose a new attack right as the dialogue was finishing, and the attack that he chose was the one where he swings around to face you, which isn't actually an attack, but it works the same way in terms of actually choosing a new attack in his AI.
Marking weak point. Got it.
Here...
This control system.
Affirmative. Infiltrating.
You don't even have to move there because the space as you're flying towards him, the game actually bends the space such that the laser doesn't hit you if you're sitting still. So that's the end of him. You can watch a run for how to do that. You should be watching runs anyway.
One hit kill off.
So after prologue, we lost all the items that you would have picked up, but we don't pick up any items in the speedrun, so it's fine. We also have no recoveries because they're items. The only thing that we have is the small sword. And that's fine because that's our favorite sword. So weapon set 1 is the same as prologue, except the large sword is replaced with bare fists. And weapon set 2 is the same, except the large sword is replaced with bare fists. So weapon set 2 is what we'll be using most of the time here. For some reason in the bunker, you can't use your weapon yet until you meet NieR. You just want to jump around that line there in the ground.
Mission complete and all that, huh?
Because if you just walk here, you'll stop about here and then be forced to walk all the way over here, and that's really slow.
Now we can...
Nice thing for
Smash dialogue,
I see.
and then this is a cutscene you can skip. Now here is very important. You don't want to turn on online functionality. Because turning on that will invalidate your run. You're welcome to save if you want, but the game checkpoints you anyway at certain parts, at least for A ending. So to save time, don't save. And then we have the first loading screen of the run, I think. Another cutscene. And then this is a bit of menuing. Most of the time you're going to be mashing and then pressing one directional input, mashing some more, mash accept.
Alright, are we good? Oh,
Doesn't matter if you choose the top or the bottom option there as long as you don't say no.
huh?
And then turn your self-destruct on. We would turn self-destruct on there even if it took us time because self-destruct is just super useful. Yeah. So here's 6 chunks of dialogue that you mash through. I usually just sit like around this line on the ground. Doesn't really matter.
Oh, we bet.
So when he says, oh, the commander's waiting for you, we better blah 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 blah. Then you can run up here. So in my run you'll notice that I sit here and then wait for the door to open and then start a dash. Now there's at this line here, or actually a bit before it, like around here, there's a trigger for this dialogue about the access points where NieR is like, hey, you can save. It's a good idea to do that. So what we do, there are two ways of going about this really. One way is ever so slightly quicker than the other, but also really finicky. And it actually completely skips the dialogue. So when we talk to NieR, like this, we can change his combat style. We can actually walk during this first chunk of dialogue. If we move on to the next chunk, we can't walk because we've got this prompt here. So our controls change. But if you walk during this first bit and then walk into the trigger of another piece of dialogue, this one, it exits this dialogue, this text dialogue, but it also skips the dialogue of the trigger that you walked into. So I don't know which one to show. I guess, well, since I don't really recommend using this method because it's so finicky and you need to do some NieR manipulation in this room. Like I think if you're here you need to dash back and then go through the door. And it's also kind of tough. I probably wouldn't recommend doing it. It saves maybe half a second over doing the method most people use. So I guess I'll just show you the normal method. And the normal method doesn't actually skip the dialogue, it's we just make the most of it. So 2 dashes out of the room here, and then you just do a heavy attack. And what you want is to be coming across the middle here, and then face towards the door, and the door will open. So in the old days we didn't know that, or Rometsu knew, but most people didn't know that a bare fist running heavy took you so far. Like we just used to swap weapon sets into a small sword heavy. And what that would do is that during the dialogue you would get to like here, and then the dialogue would finish and you get to here, and then the door would open and you'd have to wait. But now we get this far during the dialogue, the door opens during the dialogue, and then when we actually gain control we can go through the door. But that's all unimportant stuff that saves like 2 seconds, so I should probably just go over the brief things, hey. Just mashy mashy. You can high jump up this. So that was just a lift heavy, jump heavy, dash. Okay, so because of our weapon sets, the fastest way of moving here is actually dash, punch, dash, punch. Now I wouldn't recommend doing this at first. I'd recommend just moving around with long dashes chained together. This is like 5% quicker. Something like that. And it can really mess you up. Like if you punch too early, then you're going to do one of these. And you actually can't escape this animation at all whatsoever until the end of it. So you really don't want to be doing that. But yeah. That's how we move around for now. Pretty soon we'll be dash swingy instead with this small sword. But we need to upgrade it with the attack speed. So it doesn't matter whether you jump into this cutscene or not. But you can skip it. And then here is very important. You just hold decline once the screen starts fading in. For some reason a lot of people don't know about that, and it actually saves a few seconds just from holding a button down.
2B, you're going to have some new weaponry installed from here on out. I'll put up instructions for you. Make sure to commit them to memory.
Roger.
You don't have any recoveries here, like I said before, so just be careful. You also don't have the chip equipped, so that auto heals you if you drop below a certain health percentage. So as Operator was saying, we've got this new equipment on our flight unit. And that's this pod program that I just used. When you use it in a flight unit, in mobile configuration like this, it's really strong. Sends out that spiral wave. And we use that to clear waves as quickly as possible, and we also use it for some quick kills, namely on city angles. We kill him instantly with those. So the quickest way that we know of hitting this cutscene up ahead is just coming here, straight along this wall. And then, I don't think I've mentioned this, but with the cutscenes, normally when you enter a cutscene, you'll hit the trigger and then 2B will start walking. And then after a set period of walking, the actual cutscene will start. You can skip that forced walk at the start by jumping into the cutscene or by doing any other action thing. So swinging works, and that's actually really convenient because that's what we use to get around. In a few minutes time we'll be upgrading the sword, so we actually will be using this to get around, but for now we're just dash punching because it's quicker. So cutscene places you about here. You just plunge off the edge.
According to our intel, none of the machines in this area.
So you can just
jump,
dash over this. It's all basically just optimized movement with this section. So here's another cutscene. It starts about here on the floor there. So I'm gonna dash into that. I mean swing into that.
So this is the resistance.
There's a recovery you can pick up here.
Talk to their leader first thing.
I recommend always picking up this recovery, especially if you're not on full health. But even so, picking up the recovery here means that you have more insurance for later on, but also when you do want to spend money on recoveries, you're going to be spending less. So more money for other things. Not super important in A-ending because we're fine for money, but still. I think you don't lose anything from picking it up here because you're waiting for dialogue. While the dialogue's on, you can't speak to an enemy for the quest. So, right after speaking to an enemy, you should come to Supply Trader, speak to him. He forces you to enter his shop because he's greedy. You just back out of it. Say yes, just accept the quest. Come over to this guy. I like to get stuck in this little nook here, because then you can speak to him, mash through his text, and then when he wants you to look at his thing, you can just, you're already there. Say yes to his quest. You don't speak to this chick yet, and that's because of that little prompt that just popped up on the screen. It means that you just have to wait there and sit for a while, and then speak to her.
This must have been quite a city once upon a time. Too bad vegetation.
Yeah, everything up to this point is the same for A and E. Now this guide's only for A, so I'm not really going to be speaking much about E-ending.
It is time for your regularly scheduled contact.
If you want to run E-ending, you should really run A a lot first.
Hey, how's the weather on Earth?
Okay, so
Good?
It's fine.
that was
Does
just
that question have anything to do with our
pretty
operation?
okay movement.
Not really. I just figured
You should be able to figure out what I did. It was just basically just jumping and then a plunge over this barricade, back this way.
That is so like you to be. Anyway, talk to you later.
So just 4 things to pick up. The correct order is the one that I just did. So you go to this bush, then the tree, then that bush, then this tree. And then from here, you just come over here, go up the tree route. Now this is the quickest pathing that we've found from quest to quest. And going the other way around isn't advantageous. It's actually really slow. Yeah, it is actually timed. I did time it.
doors and such.
Going the other way and picking up like a bush, then that, then that, then that, or like this one and then around counterclockwise. So like this one first, then those. I think that's actually like 1 or 2 seconds slower from when I timed it. It's pretty surprising, but it is actually slower. So you should go this one, and then the tree, and then the bush, and then back this way. So anyway. Yeah, just jumping a few times, gliding, do whatever you want, and then just add a plunge at the end. So with the plunges, I haven't actually mentioned, but you can buffer a dash during the plunge, like during this, if you think of it as like doing it during the second half of the plunge, or kind of soon before you hit the ground, you can press dash and it'll just automatically dash as soon as you touch the ground. So that's, we do plunge a lot in this run, so it's pretty important. And again, plunge is the dash and heavy. Yeah, exactly what Phyllis said. Okay. So that quest back there was just picking up 4 items that are always in the same spots. Here, you want to kill this big guy, always. Then kill at least 3 enemies you need, that's the minimum. So you pick up this one, that's the broken circuit for the quest. This one's a small gear. These aren't always going to drop in the same order, and sometimes you might need to kill 4 or 5 enemies to get the drops that you need. Like the third one I killed there, I don't believe it dropped the item. So we'll kill another one, and this one dropped it. So that's the broken key. Just 3 different items.
That's everything the supply trader asked for.
But the most difficult part of this is actually seeing where the items dropped
Chores are a real
in the middle of all the hectic combat.
The Resistance is a valuable ally to your help. By helping them, we also help ourselves. So no, I don't
So yeah, then we
regret
just head
it.
back to the resistance
Yeah,
camp.
yeah.
And you should pay attention to your minimap too, because sometimes, it's very rare, but sometimes these enemies can drop items that aren't the quest items. So you might pick up 2 of the quest items and then the third one might drop something else, just random. And you might pick that up and think, oh goody, that's the quest done, that was really good RNG, yay. PB. And then come back here, and you get to the resistance camp and realize, hey wait, there's a marker on the map for this area still. Because it actually plays the sound effect of picking up a quest item. Even if it's not the quest item. So yeah, you want to be really careful of that. But it doesn't happen too often, just pay attention to your map. Drops duplicates of the quest items. Yeah, that's probably why, hey. So now that there's no dialogue, we can just come right in here and speak to this chick. Just either go down to the bottom option or press decline and it'll automatically take you to the bottom option. If you can speak to her and just hold forward and mash both dialogue buttons and you'll be fine. Because if you're holding forward when you enter this dialogue, forward doesn't actually do anything. If you release forward, then press it again, then it'll start interacting with the prompts. But as long as you're holding it when you enter the prompts, it's fine. So long as you actually mash both buttons. Anyway. Mash through this guy's dialogue. He'll give you the rewards. And then say, yeah, let's spend some money. So we always upgrade contract here to level 2. And we always have the required ingredients because those are the things that he just gave us from the quest. So it's like the game's telling you, hey, I just gave you items, now you can upgrade your weapon. And then, so we always get level 2, but at the moment, no one consistently gets level 3 in runs. Level 3 gives a lot more damage, as you can see, and more attack speed. But the thing is, well, there are two things. It requires these items. This amber we get from Supply Trader, I believe it is, when we turn in his quest in a second. And these titanium alloys we can get, guaranteed, without any time loss. But the severed cables are an RNG drop, and the dented plates are an RNG drop. And I often struggle getting enough dented plates in E-ending to get the weapon upgrades I need, so I know that they are pretty... oh, we really don't want that RNG in the run. But the second thing is that when you upgrade the attack speed of this weapon, the clips that we do further down the track are going to change. So the attack speed is actually really important when we're talking about pushing power of something like this. The collision that this gets actually changes if you upgrade the attack speed, and that's really annoying for clips. And the same thing with plungers, because they both involve your weapon. So it actually makes us unable to do some clips that we haven't figured out setups for with level 3. So anyway, we just upgrade that. We don't buy anything ever from this guy, and we don't sell anything to him. Hey Froob. I don't know, the video is going to be really long. I'm almost regretting just spending so much time talking about stuff. Yeah, we should figure out the level 3 clips, but also I kind of don't want to have that RNG in this run. There's already enough RNG in E-ending. So just turn in this guy's quest. So here is where you need to make a choice. Hold on. I do recommend, when you're learning the run, going to every terminal that's kind of on the way, activating it and saving. You should always be saving when you're learning this run, because it's very easy to die.
It's hard to get an accurate picture from this. Our satellite resolution isn't so hot. Hopefully they deploy some new satellites soon.
No, but Mytherium mansplaining can't be e-drugged in A-ending.
You don't let anything get in your way, do you?
We're talking about getting level 3 for A-ending. Well, at least I was thinking of that. So, you can buy from this guy, and we used to buy from this guy, but we actually don't anymore. So, well, the first thing you want to do is get this quest for sure. Always pick up this quest. Whenever you're not sure, just make sure that it says the machine surge, and that you're going to the desert. Because if you don't pick it up from her, you can't progress. So, saving all the time. What Follis is saying. Yeah, I'm famous for not picking up this quest. Okay, so here's a choice you have to make. I might just quickly go and show you. I don't know how good the map is gonna look. Okay, the map's trash. How do I even explain this? We do a skip later on. It's after the desert fight with Adam. So to do that skip, we actually need to activate a transporter. If you remember the desert camp, where Jackass sits with the supply trader, there's actually a terminal there, or a transporter, that you can pick up earlier on. So when we pass through that area to the desert, what we do in the current route is we pick up that transporter and then clip out, because we used to use a moose to ride all the way to the, right into the desert. But since we don't do that anymore, so we walk there so that we can pick up the terminal, because we used to grab a moose and then we would have to get off at the terminal. I'll show you. I'm just using the practice tool at the moment. So we used to pick up a moose over here in this area, and then go all the way out to the desert over there, and then go all the way into the desert with the moose, because we didn't pick up the transporter. We didn't know about the skip, but because of the skip we pick up the transporter, And that means that it's actually not worth it to pick up a moose just to go to the transporter on the moose. So it's actually better to just go on foot here. Just walk on foot through the city ruins. You get to the transporter faster than you would if you picked up the moose. Here, I'll show you. Frick. Oh my god, dude. Whatever. So this is roughly the path that we take. So we come through here. Normally with the moose you'd be coming from this direction, out that way. But when we go through the city ruins, we kind of come from this direction on foot. And so what we used to do when we had the moose was just ride past here. And because you need animal bait to ride the moose, you would buy it from the supply trader, and you'd also do this shopping that we do here now. You do that at the supply trader in town. But now that we travel on foot to this bit so that we can actually activate this transporter, at the skip that happens later on, we just go on foot all the way here and then we just buy from this guy.
What can I help you with?
And I can't remember the exact reason for buying at this guy instead of the supply trader. I think it was so that when we talk to him later on. Oh no, it's so that we can we buy resilience here from him right now. So the buys that you do here are 21 medium recoveries, 11 of each offensive buff. We use buffs a lot in the run. Basically every major combat section will have buffs. Because these ones double your damage, and then these ones reduce your damage taken by 50%. So they're pretty huge. You buy a sachet, and then you buy one animal bait. And that's just for later on so that we can ride an animal for Death Warp. And then you pick up this resilience chip. This chip is very important. We're not going to equip it now because it's not worth it to spend the menuing time to just equip one chip right now. But we just buy one of these. Some people say you could buy two and use one early on just to make the game a bit easier, but I think you should just buy one, even when you're learning. So you buy those things from him. Normally we'd do all of those buys except for the resilience chip at the supply trader at the resistance camp. But the supply trader doesn't sell the resilience, so we come here and get the resilience. We used to get resilience on the way out from the desert when we pass through this area, but because you would speak to this guy and he'd give you this really long spiel about some random crap that you had to mash through, it was actually quicker to speak to this guy now before the desert instead of after. So that's why we do all of our buys this early on at this guy. So anyway.
Burning camp. Off. Infinite double jump off. One hit kill off.
Okay. So
Game speed off.
Notification received from access point.
just going back here, I'll show you what the movement is like. So you accept the quest from Anemone, you don't buy anything from the supply trader because we're getting it from the desert trader. And now that we have level 2 contract, the attack speed's a bit higher. And that means that this is actually faster than doing the dash punching that we were doing. And this is what the movement's going to be like for the rest of the game. So just jump, jump, plunge, do whatever you want there, it doesn't really matter. I mean, you should optimize your movement, but when you're learning, it doesn't matter at all. So I guess if you're not doing the skip up ahead, what you should actually do when you're learning the run is buy all the things I just bought, but from the supply trader, except for the resilience because he doesn't sell it. And then pick up a moose from that area on the left I showed you, over that way, and ride the moose. And then just ignore the transporter there by the desert camp, and just go all the way in and do all the other normal stuff. And then later, when I show you the save scum skip that I was referring to, that we need the transporter for, you just won't do that. Because that one, it's a bit of a tough skip. So if you're just learning the run, maybe you don't want to do it. I'm not sure what I recommended in my spreadsheet. It was probably to not do it. But again, I'm not sure. But when you get good at the run, you're going to be wanting to do that skip. And so you'll take this path through the city ruins, and you won't pick up the boar, or moose rather. So just do something like this. Doesn't really matter when you're first learning. We're just trying to get to desert camp as quickly as possible. Show the other movement. Okay.
Burning camp. Off.
So if you weren't doing the save scum later on, you would either come around this building, which is slow, or you do you do this. You can get a double lift off here, but this is basically like it's a pretty tough high jump. You can make it like that, but it's probably going to be pretty hard when you're learning the game. So what you can do is equip BF. Well, you already have BF equipped, but use BF to get a double lift off this little slope here. And yes, this is possible. So you can just do that and get over it. Oh, lift? Why? I'm pretty sure that's slower. Anyway. And then you would just go here. Hope that the moose aren't being annoying like the— holy crap, dude, stop spinning around. He just did like 720. And then you'd bait this guy. And then ride it all the way
Game speed times 2.
along here. No, he means that your movement through the city ruins on the way to desert camp. So then you'd ride it here, and then just ignore all of this. You'd ride it through here. And this is what I recommend you would do, just learning the run. Because the save scum skip that you need to pick up the transporter for doesn't actually save that much time. I mean it does, but it's a really tough skip. And then now we're at the barricade.
Burning camp. Burning camp.
Now is not the time to give up. Now, more than ever, we must forge
Infinite
on.
double jump on.
But this is the path you take when you are doing the save scum skip.
Humans on the moon want nothing more than a return to Earth.
Yeah, I think my one is probably faster.
Off.
Council
Game
broadcasts
speed
are
off.
always so stiff.
Just because a trend that I've noticed is that when you do high jumps for skips, generally the high jumps are slower than the long jumps. Because you just have to sit there doing the high jump and then get over the thing. You're also kind of detouring here as well at the same time. It's like a detour and a high jump. So you can go over the buildings this way, if you like. A juicy plunge, yeah, but you get a similar plunge on the other side. The plunge is only a little bit longer when you take the high road. I would recommend, like, obviously as you can tell we haven't timed these, but I'd recommend just doing that. And you get more of a beeline this way anyway. Well, I mean, this one is just jump, spin, and then dash. People were probably doing that in their casual play anyway. So you speak to this guy like I did. Buy all the stuff that I did here. Resilience. And then what you do if you're doing the save scum is pick this up. Now because we're on foot here, we're not riding a moose, we've come up with a quicker way to get to the barricade than just going around this normal intended path. And that is that we clip out here. You can either use a heavy hold, like this, to clip into the wall, or you can use a pod launch. The angle's a bit different. I think pod launch faces back into the wall a bit more, and the heavy hold faces like kind of behind the transporter. So yeah, once you're in here, you just kind of dash up this way. Fuller's discovered that you do get stuck here, but you, wow, Niners, thanks. You can get out of it just by dashing up the wall. So if you do get stuck here, just dash into the wall. You get kind of sliding down this rooftop. And then you're up on this higher ground and you can just jump up. So here the floor ends a bit earlier than you think it does. And this is, I guess this is the first instance of out of bounds where the floor is misleading. And that's probably the hardest thing about learning the out of bounds. See, I just fell off into the void. Maybe I should explain what void outs are right now. But basically the area under the world, you know how normally if you go into the water you drown and then pod takes you back and respawns you somewhere? That doesn't happen with this. The void underneath the world is kind of like a soft lock prevention. So after a while of falling, the game thinks you've been falling for too long and puts you back at the last position where you were grounded. So if I fall off here, it's just going to put me back up there because I was standing. So here I am on the ground. This is invisible ground. They actually made collision here. And there are some holes in some places. Like underneath me right now is a hole. So anyway, learning the out of bounds, trickiest bit is working out where you can and can't stand. For optimization purposes, I just usually get up here and then jump, plunge with a BF. Just because the BF plunge goes straight down. If you use a small sword plunge, you're going to get kind of caught on the wall on your way down. This bit here is all ground. Basically what we're doing here is just taking a beeline. Instead of going all the way around there, inbounds, which is a slow path, we're just beelining to our destination. So there are a few things to note in this movement. All of this is ground except for a little hole. It's about here. Where is it? There it is. So there's a little hole there. So basically just keep on dashing through here, you should be fine. If you're not sure, you can jump around this area or like go around it here. Just slightly to the right. But it's like a tiny little gap in the ground. You don't want to go too far left here because you can get stuck under here. See how there's this wall here? You can get stuck here, and the only way to get out of this is to fall into the hole that I talked about. And then, like, kind of dip under and back up past the wall. But there is one more thing over here that you need to be careful of. So coming from here, if you're too far on the right, there's an invisible wall here. If you just move far enough left, you'll get around it. It's a one-way wall, so you can come back from the other side and then be like, huh, and get stuck there. But yeah, this out of bounds here is pretty easy. Just don't do anything silly. And then you just pop back in here. I don't know what this movement is, but your dash swing. So, normally here, we've picked up the desert quest from Anemone. Jackass is here, she's ready to blow up the wall for us. We don't actually do that because that means you need to sit through a bunch of dialogue, watch the explosion, and then more dialogue. what we do is we clip on these barricades here. Don't ask me why they decided to put barricades here, because it's not really stopping anything at all. But yeah. Thank God they did put them here. So there are a bunch of ways you can get through here. The one I use is I just stand here, jump across this way and plunge into this gap, and you're already out of bounds. It's as easy as that. There's another one here. This one's I find a bit more challenging. But again, you just plunge and it pushes you through. I believe there's a bare fist one. I've never really done it. It's pretty slow. When you're learning the game, it doesn't matter if you go slow, it's whatever. I think you need to be higher up. But when you're competing for world record, you don't want to be using slow things. BF requires... Are you sure? Well, I don't know how to do it anyway, but yeah, there's a BF plunge method to just clip in on top of this thing. Anyway, the ones most people use are either this one, which I assume they like because then your camera is oriented correctly to just keep on going, or the one I use, which is this one. I find it's a bit more lenient, but you do need to swing your camera back around once you're through. This whole area is like floor, so don't really worry too much about it. NieR glitching out there. No dash into the BF plunge. BF double lift, BF plunge. But I can't, there's like some kind of problem with BF plunges where if you don't delay them, it doesn't come out properly. Like it seems to just drop the input a lot. Like that. It just didn't come out. Anyway. Not plunge. Just BF heavy. Oh. Well, anyway, it doesn't really matter too much. You just find one that works for you. Now, the difficult thing about these clips is that these the rocks on the wall are a bit finicky. So they're really slippery, they push you off a lot. If you get high enough, they don't, and then you fall down and they do. The ones on this side are especially finicky. People have a lot of problems with these walls. Like you can see, it's just kind of glitching out a bit. Oh yeah, I have infinite jump. I should probably not have that. What? I just clipped out by jumping? I don't have no clip, do I? Oh, that's why. But the walls are still glitchy even without no clip. No, NieR clip is the one where you go here. Not sure you can even do it with 2B's dash. Anyway. Yeah. Just the main way to counteract the glitchiness of these stupid rocks is to just stand like here up against the wall that's formed by the rocks. You'll feel it. And just jump, and then after your second jump come over. So just don't move while you're doing your first jump, just jump straight up and then jump and move on your second one. But you do get a good feel for how these rocks are going to behave. Anyway, that's the barricade clip. It's one of the easiest clips in the game. Still, don't feel too bad if you don't get it. The movement and the clipping does take a while to get used to. So, we're out of bounds now. We can completely bypass this barricade. Now, there's an advanced version of this and a beginner version. The beginner version you shouldn't even feel bad about using, even if you've played for months. The advanced version is actually pretty tough. You really need to know where you can and can't stand here. I'm just going to go back in bounds to reset the lighting here because the lighting's really annoying. I hope that fixed it. Yeah, okay. So if you're a beginner, just come back here and just clip straight back in bounds and then continue along this path. Otherwise, don't feel bad about doing that one because, you know, it's like a 5-second difference between the two. Now the advanced one is really tricky. It's just really knowing where you can and can't stand. Where you kind of skirt along, still out of bounds, but using the ground that covers the inbounds. And without clipping back in, we come here, hit the trigger, watch the minimap here. So I hit the mandatory trigger for progress here. It's right around this point. And then there's a little bit of a hole here. But then there's this uphill bit here. Anyway, so what that does is it skips the cutscene that's right here. If you go back inbounds, which is really easy, and it would be faster to go back inbounds, I believe, if we weren't skipping the cutscene here. But if you go inbounds, there's no way around this cutscene. It just extends all the way up. So yeah, that's that. Now we're in the desert area. Now look, I'm going to be honest, I haven't timed most of the movement in this area, which is a bit strange of me. But some of the slides here are kind of debatable as to whether they save time over just dash swinging.
This sand sure is slippery.
Now in A ending, we just go straight for the pod C over here. You might be like, oh, that's such a big detour, why are we doing that? It's like a 30-second detour to get the pod C that's sitting over there on that cliff, the hill. But it really does speed up some bits of the game. So don't worry too much about what exactly I'm doing with the slides here because I'm not so sure of them myself. You could just dash swing down this hill, or you could just dash and then slide. Or you could dash up the hill a bit from pod C and then turn around and get a big slide. There are plenty of ways to do it, and I don't think anyone's really timed them.
Careful. We've got enemies
But yeah,
approaching.
just don't stand in these red circles because if you do, then you have to watch enemies spawn. Like that. So if you just go over here, you're fine.
These machines are talking.
Yeah, I've heard from the Resistance that they've been seeing this a lot lately. Couldn't tell you why, though.
One thing to note is that when you're sliding, you do get a faster slide if you're actually running when you enter the slide. Like the slide actually travels faster from my experience. So anyway. Now, here we have this boy. He's about to pop out of the ground when we come over this hill. There is a thing here called Stupid Rock you'll see the fastest runners doing. Stupid Rock TM actually. And it's pretty tricky. I definitely wouldn't recommend it for a beginner, and since this is supposed to be a beginner video, I guess I just shouldn't, but well, I don't know. You can watch a run if you want to see it. But basically with this guy, what he does is he stands there, just does idle stuff forever, and when you come within range, he'll start, he'll aggro you. He'll start attacking you and following you. Now when you reach a certain point, there's a physical trigger up ahead, kind of where that sand is falling. When you hit that, he will, as his next attack in his AI, he will choose to burrow into the ground. So if he's already busy doing an attack when you hit that, he'll wait to finish the attack and then burrow into the ground. That's one way of making him burrow. Another way is to chunk his health down to like, I think it's like 40% or something that he burrows. But anyway, what we want to do is just kind of stay out of range of him so that he doesn't start attacking us. And then when we hit this point, he'll burrow instantly, and that's good. Because it means that this cutscene starts as early as possible.
Individual target ID marked.
Before he starts burrowing, there's actually an invisible wall right around here that you can't pass. So if he gets busy attacking you, and then you come up here, you'll have to wait for him to finish whatever he's doing, and then he'll jump up and dive into the ground. And then you can proceed. But anyway, just as a taste of what we do with Stupid Rock, we kind of come here and then right along this wall during the cutscene. And then when the cutscene finishes, we're already right here, right next to the trigger. So the trigger for this one's about here. You'll just get to know with these as you play more. So you want to dash swing into it. I recommend dash swinging into all of the triggers for the cutscenes that that you can actually skip the walk in for, instead of jumping. You can jump as well, but it's better to dash swing. Okay, so it puts us here.
What's that?
Most of the cutscenes put you in a certain place after they're finished. This one puts us here. So here's another option. We have a skip here that saves 40 seconds, about 40 seconds over the next best thing that we can do. So we clip out on this edge over here, these buildings, and we actually go out of bounds all the way over here and just go straight to Adam's Arena. We do have to hit some mandatory triggers, but it's really quick. Otherwise we go through the intended path, but we high jump over some triggers to skip dialogue. So yeah, it's really up to you what you want to do, but you should learn, we call this desert housing skip or pit skip, the one that saves 40 seconds. It can be a little tricky, and the main reason why it's scary is because it's the soft lock skip. You don't actually soft lock your game. Well, you can in very, very rare circumstances, but the soft lock that most people think is a soft lock actually isn't a soft lock, because you can get back out of the pit. But I'll show you that in a second. This is one of the more recent skips that have been found, and this one's found by Marky, who actually finds most of the skips that we use. Some of them are old ones from back in the day, but there was kind of a brief time where they weren't really finding many skips, and then Marky came and found a bunch of them. Shaved a minutes off the run. Yeah, I mean there's potential to soft lock, but if you know what you're doing, it doesn't really happen. So anyway, I'm going to show you the normal path through this area first. I think that's what a beginner would be doing, but you should definitely learn this. Like, this should be up near the top of your skip priority list. So I do recommend grabbing that transporter there and saving. You just come through this area if you didn't grab the transporter. If you did grab it, you'd come through this little area. So here, hold on, I'll just kill these guys. So I forget where exactly it is because it's been a while, but Marky also found these ones, just as a fun fact. They save about 8 seconds altogether. There are 2 of them. This one's like the bigger one. It's like 5 seconds or something. There's a really high trigger here. It starts about... wait, where are we? It starts about here and comes across this area. Like across down this way. And these skips were very finicky. You need a bare fist lift for this one, and it's pretty tricky. Honestly, these ones are much harder than the actual desert housing skip. They're less complicated, but they are harder technically. The stuff that you have to do for the desert housing skip is pretty simple, but it's like, because you have to hit triggers and then void out or not void out depending on what you want to do, and you have to actually be careful where you walk. Those ones are kind of complicated, but this one's actually harder technically with the inputs you need to do. So this one's just a double lift combo. Let's see if I can actually do it first try. It's pretty tough. Cool, so you can just do that. And then we actually just jumped over a trigger there. Also, I should explain SD now. This old thing that you're gonna see me using a lot. It's kind of an advanced input. Well, high jumps with SD are kind of advanced, but it's basically just you know how you can heavy in midair and gain some height? You can't heavy again after that. I can mash heavy and it won't do anything. I can jump, refresh the heavy, and then heavy again after that. See, the jumps are a refresher for the heavy. Back in the old days, they used to have a thing called infinite jumping, or SD jumping I guess it was, where you would just sit here in the midair and spam heavy and SD, and it'd be like you'd always go up every single time. And they would just do that and get to infinite height. We don't have that anymore, and I'm not sure how beneficial it would actually be. But for some reason they changed it so that the SD doesn't always reset the heavy. It'll only reset the heavy one time per jump. One time per period that you're off the ground for. So you need to touch the ground again for the SD to actually reset your heavy a second time. But what happens is you do the heavy, so you're up here in the high, she kind of boosts herself up and then does the animation spinning stuff, and then she slams down. While you're up, boosted like that, you do an SD, and it's the quickest press of an SD, like just a tap. You don't hold it, and you can't input a heavy while you're holding it, so definitely don't do that. But you have 2 seconds until you self-destruct, so don't really worry about that. You're never gonna hit that. But yeah, it's just the quickest thing. You can see if I try to do it and hold it for too long, I start losing height very quickly. Like what you're probably going to be doing to start with is something like that, and that doesn't actually gain any height. But you'll get really good. It's just like, if you watch the input display, it's just one straight into the other, just ba-dum. And that's really good at the end of combos, especially to gain height. And the thing is, you can't use that in Prologue to make bridge skip easier. If you could, it'd be free every time, but you actually don't get self-destruct until after Prologue. And that happens in that section where NieR is reconfiguring you. Anyway, so that's SD cancelling. I thought I should bring it up sometime, because now I can use it without feeling guilty that I haven't explained it. But yeah, you should... That's why the SD bind is important, that's the main reason. So going SD and then heavy needs to be really comfortable for you. We also use it in a bunch of different ways, I'll show you some coming up. But yeah. What you can also do, just as a fun fact, is you have a light attack combo, like this. You can actually spam an attack and SD, and you see how our sword is glitching out there? The SD is actually cycling, it's cancelling the animation of an attack that you do it during, and it's setting her combo counter to the next attack in the combo. So you can just mash light attack and that, and it's actually cycling through the combo really quickly. You can see it's following a pattern. It doesn't really come into any use except for spear dashing, which is how I actually thought of this whole spear dash thing. Spear dashing is a movement tech that you can use, but it's actually probably slower throughout the run, and it's really difficult at first. It requires a lot of SDing. Basically just use a spear, one attack of the spear, which propels you forward, and you keep on spamming that. But we don't do it because it takes too long to pick up a spear in this run. Anyway, so those are some of the uses of SD. If you're coming through this area, the correct pathing is to... The camera's going to be going wild and like focusing on these guys that just spawned, but you go through this gap in the wall. You can probably slide down or maybe plunge here, I don't know which one's faster. So anyway, that was one of the dialogue skips that we did with the high jump there. This one's a lot tougher, in my opinion. Because of the sand, it's really annoying to deal with. Like, you keep on slipping. But also there's an invisible wall here. And you need to double lift here. The trigger for this one is about this high. And it goes all the way down in this little gap between the buildings. So you need to get this high and go over it. And there are also enemies here to make it tough if you mess up the first time. This one saves like 4 seconds, I think. 3 or 4 seconds. I don't remember. Probably depends on how quickly you do it. But you can use contract for this. You don't have to use BF. I recommend you use BF. See, like, this sliding is super annoying. I messed that up. So with this skip, what you want to be doing, I won't actually do it right now, but you want to be getting a double lift, and then the last input at the top of the high jump component that you do is going to be a jump. Normally, at the end of the combo, you do a heavy or an SD heavy. Like lift, heavy, jump, heavy, SD heavy. Or lift, heavy, jump, heavy, and then a plunge, whatever you want to do. But with this, this is a long jump as well as a high jump. So to get the distance we need, we actually do the high jump component, and the last input has to be a jump so that we can go into a pod launch, and that's the thing that gives us the distance. And there's another skip later on called the mom skip, which also saves 5 seconds. And that one also uses a similar kind of combo to this. But the important thing is that you get the height, and then the very last input has to be a jump. Because if you heavy in midair, you actually can't go into a pod launch unless you have a jump stored. Like if I try to do it this way, I'm pressing the pod launch buttons, but it's not doing anything. So yeah. And also between these double lifts, I'm swapping my weapons so that I can actually do the small sword heavy and then another lift. But I don't believe you need that for this skip actually, you can probably just do a straight double lift. Anyway. Dude. Yeah, just like that. So yeah, let's skip the dialogue trigger. Really though, these are pretty small time saves. I'm just letting you know that these exist, and that these are what we used to use before Marky found the big skip. I will go back and show you the big skip as well in a moment. So you'd come through here. You didn't get any of the cutscenes with the little robot running away from you, but he does pop up here with this cutscene.
There it goes.
And then from here, you go into Atom Pit, skip this cutscene.
Multiple machines detected ahead. But what's with these android bodies?
Stay focused.
And once you get good at the run, you're not going to be doing this movement because you don't come through this way. And then we're here.
What is this?
Okay, so I'm going to reload the game so that the triggers are extant. Okay, so
Hit skip 1. Off.
So pit skip or desert housing skip. This is what we're going to be doing, or what you should be doing, instead of the high jumps there. So we have this wall here, Actually, can we do the 9S version of the clip, by the way? I've never actually checked. We recently found out that you can do a version of this skip with 9S. Oh, you can. Oh, okay. I wonder if you can... I don't know, anyway. So, that's another way to clip in, but that's actually way harder and slower than this way. So what we do here is a high jump.
Infinite double jump.
Where we want to get to is this level of the building. And this window pane is kind of glitchy, you can almost stand on it. And we use this with a plunge to clip in. So now we're out of bounds. Normally you can't get in there. There's just an invisible wall, but you can actually bypass that. This one's a little... sometimes it's hard to know what you did wrong with the clip here. But generally it's that either you don't have enough height, or you're not aiming parallel enough to this window pane here. Because when I do it, I try to angle 2B towards this little... there's a crack here where the tiles are and it meets the wall, and that's where I angle 2B. But also maybe a bit to the right of that can work. It's pretty lenient. Now if you do mess it up, the best way to retry it is to just dash here. There's actually a little ledge here that you can keep on dashing onto, and it refreshes your jumps. So you can just do that. You can't do it over here. I guess you can. But if you're facing this way, oh, I guess you can. I don't know why I couldn't do it previously, but you just keep dashing. And then you can heavy to get some height and then try again. And just keep retrying. It's much better than attempting it. And like messing it up and then... Dude, stop getting it. Oh, dude. Stop. I don't want to clip in. Yeah, better than not getting it and then falling all the way down and then jumping all the way back up. But anyway, that's the easy part of the clip. This clip is pretty easy. The actual skip, the rest of it is a bit tougher than this. But this clip angle is pretty lenient. So then from here, you could continue up here, but it doesn't really get you anywhere. It just puts you back in bounds. So we actually have to travel through the building. Over this way. These doorways actually are doorways, surprisingly. And the walls do have collision. So then... there is a hill here that we can travel up. It's really easy if you just come up the left-hand side here. And then it pops you out here. As you can see, this is not anywhere where you would normally be traveling. This is completely out of bounds. Now this is the scary part of the clip. This floor, from about here onwards, is all fake. All of this is fake. Don't go there ever. This bit here with the triangles, that's real. I think over here it becomes fake, but I'm not sure on that. Down here, fake. Don't go too far this way either, fake. So you just want to stick kinda here. Now this is a really weird out of bounds because this floor behaves super weirdly. You know how I talked about voiding out before with the clip we did behind the transporter at the desert camp? The game puts you back on solid ground, but when it does it here, with this floor in particular here, if you void out down here and it get respawned back here, for some reason the floor isn't solid. And I'm not exactly sure about the steps you need to make it solid, but if you don't do something, you'll get put back up here and keep on infinite falling. Because the ground's not solid, but the game keeps putting you here. So I think once you pass through this ground ahead, all this rocky looking ground is fake. But this becomes fake there. Once you pass through this ground, I believe, then the game turns this. It's almost like the game turns this to... It turns the collision of this ground off. Even if you come... Like, let's say we come back here. Okay, well, it was real there. If I come back, then it's fake. I just went through the ground that I was previously standing on. So then it's going to put me back up, and then I'm going to start dropping again. So to counteract that, as soon as you get put back up there, you should try to lift. I don't know what it is about lifting, but something about the lift makes the game remember that the ground should be solid. So yeah, just be careful. So here what you're supposed to do, you should come to this point here. This one, the leftmost one, and then just dash off there. All of this is not ground, so yeah. You just want to, like, for starters, you should just jump a bunch, glide. So like, dash off the edge, jump, glide, jump, glide. You can dash and then glide again, a third time. Or you can use the dash for a plunge, which is what most people do. I'm just gonna go back up. Actually, I think I have a warp there.
Hit skip 2. Off.
Yeah. So here we are back up here. I'm gonna turn infinite jump off. So this is what you do. Jump. This is just how I do this part. Now, all of this bit here that looks like ground is ground, so that's fine. The scary thing about this
Infinite double jump on.
is that if you come down from here, where are we? Okay, if you come down from here, and let's say you don't make this, you miss it and you go into the pit here, you haven't hit the mandatory trigger that we're supposed to hit while we're doing this skip. So there is nothing here. Also, I don't believe the platform spawns if you accidentally go into the pit. Now this is what most people call the soft lock of this skip. It seems like a soft lock, you're just kind of stuck in here. There's nothing to do in here, the quest marker's not here, the quest robots aren't here. So it's pretty scary. But let me just find the wall. So you kind of come in through this wall. What you do, if you do get stuck in here, there is this wall here. I'm trying to find a good indicator of it. I don't know. There's just this slanted wall you can see up here. You want to just use some high jumps to get up there. Doesn't have to be fancy, just get up here somehow. We're on the slant, and then use a BF lift combo. Just to get over here. Oh, you actually can't stand on that. Wait, why isn't the platform there? Oh, right, so the platform doesn't spawn if you don't hit this trigger on the here on the minimap. Look, there's a trigger we're supposed to hit. I might actually go show you that now.
Hit skip 3. Hit skip 2. Off.
What? What?
Hits off.
There we go. I suppose I should actually show you the correct way to do it. Let's just pretend we made it. So then this is the way you would go normally. From here, there's an invisible wall. So you go around it to the left. That's why we take this weird curvy path out here to the left. Now what you do when you pass through this wall, a really easy way to do it, is to just dash forward once, then dash to the right once, then dash forward once. And then you come to this little doorway, and here the ground actually drops off. So, right where this little line is, this clump of sand disappears into the ground, that's where the ground drops off. Right here. So you can stand here, but then fall off. And that's the same along here. Actually, don't go too far to the left here, because it follows this ground here. Underneath this one. But anyway. So it's just basically like straight ahead, but a bit to the right. And if you're worried about it, you can just go slow. And find this spot. And then from here, you'll see on the minimap here, it's around this point where we hit a trigger. It's just past this wall that we're going to be going through. Now we need to do some aerial movement here. And we need to maintain our height so that we can actually hit the trigger. This trigger that we're going to be hitting is the trigger in the tunnel, where normally you get stopped and NieR says, there it goes, and you're chasing it through the tunnel right before Atom Pit. That's the trigger we're hitting, but it turns out that that progress trigger extends past the walls, but the cutscene trigger doesn't. So what we do, we don't clip back in, but we go and hit the trigger that extends past the walls. So see how the minimap's changed so that it's an area icon? And we're like right near the tunnel where that cutscene happens. So, actually right here is the tunnel. So we'd normally be stopped about here.
There it goes.
Yeah, there's the cutscene. So the cutscene actually does extend a bit out, but there's no risk of hitting that cutscene. Anyway, where are we? Okay, so...
Infinite double jump off.
So what you want to do here is swap to weapon set 1, and then we're going to use this light hold attack of the small sword. This one where she spins around a bunch. This carries you off ledges really well, and it's the primary way that we start long jumps, if we ever do them. We used to always have this weapon set 1 and weapon set 2 config the same, but because Cassandra discovered double damage glitching, now we swap weapon set 1 to be identical to weapon set 2. And that happens just ahead at the start of this fight as well. But yeah, this one's really useful. Just stand on the edge and hold it, and then slash a bunch if you need to. And then about here, you should hit the trigger. Now you can void out here, now that you've hit the trigger, and you'll be put back to this bit. Now that you've hit the trigger, you can come over here, do some aerial movement, land on this platform, and then it breaks as normal and you fall down. Start the cutscene.
What is this?
And then all the robots are here. What you can also do, and what you'll see in most people's, or most of the faster runners' runs,
Hit skip 3. Off.
is...
They don't have any feelings. They're just imitating human speech.
they'll do this, and then they might do some extra slashes, but they'll do it without voiding out, and that's actually pretty tough. The platform would be about here. But once you get the hang of it, it's not too bad. It saves about 5 seconds compared to falling down into the void and being put back up top. But yeah. So I'm just going to show the whole thing in full again. Oh, you can escape through the exit tunnel? That's interesting.
Hit skip off.
Okay, so...
Infinite double jump on. Infinite double jump off.
So actually... So coming from down there, it's over here on the right hand side. And you'll know because it's all these panes of glass. You don't really need SD for this. You can get just enough height without it. Just come through the door. Come up the left hand side here. What I do is a little hop and then a plunge down there. I just do one pod spin because that's enough to get me there, but really you should play it as safe as possible, just to make sure you land here. And also one thing is that you shouldn't attempt the long jump and then mess something up and then try to go back up there. Never do that. If you ever try to get back up here, like I showed you, the ground's gonna not be solid. So don't like try to mess it up and then come back here. If you do use up both jumps, just like dash and then glide or something. I don't know. Just try to make it the whole way. But yeah, if you know what to do, it's not too scary. See, like here, we voided out, and now we're back up here, and we have to try and lift as soon as we get there. Okay. See, like you can lift as soon as you get voided out, and it ends up being fine. But sometimes, for some reason, you just can't lift and you get soft locked, just falling. So yeah, it's best to just avoid that. Let's play it extra safe here. And you obviously don't want to go into the arena there because you get clipped in. I actually almost just clipped myself in there. If you pass through this wall, you get clipped in. So yeah, it's heading this way. What I do is that, and that time I actually missed the trigger for the platform, so the platform didn't break, and killing these guys does nothing. So then you would use a recovery strat if that happened in a run, although I'd probably reset. It doesn't take that long, but like, yeah. So you just get back up to the platform. Cutscene starts, same as normal.
What is this?
And then, okay, so that's the end of the desert housing skip, really. That was the whole thing in its entirety. Now I'm just going to be going through the fight. So there are different ways of doing this menuing here. We used to like equip our buffs and then go to the weapon set this way, and then here is where we change our weapon set 1 to be identical to weapon set 2. So we just equip the small sword on the second slot. They're both the same. But what you can do instead of that, which I think is faster and I've started doing, is to just come to this items tab here, buff up like this, and then just tab across with the shoulder buttons. You can also press the shoulder buttons and your D-pad at once to go super fast through these. And that's what I do here, I just press R1 and right D-pad together. And then buff up. And then equip this one. And then you can just press menu button to get straight out. So yeah, here you need to kill 9 of these orgy robots. What I do is DGG and slow-mo to them just to stop them from jumping back and getting iframes and all that stuff. And I taunt them at the same time with just one button. But you know, you can just do whatever you want basically. Once you kill 9, this guy spawns. You need to kill this guy. It's got the red marker above its head. That's how you can keep track of it, but it should just die instantly. As soon as it pops up, you should just damage glitch it. And if you don't, then the dialogue doesn't start and it's like this forever. So he dies, dialogue starts, and then this dialogue is set. So what you want to be doing is just killing as many enemies as possible. And we do that for experience. And we also do that because these guys drop chips. The chips are automatically looted when the cutscene starts, at the start of Atom fight. But the more you kill, the higher chance you have of getting crit chips. And crit chips are the main offensive chips we want to use. The others are okay, but they're nowhere near as good as chips. Crits. So anyway, for this fight you can be using the double damage glitch. But it's best really with the combat in this game to go away, and before you even start running the game, just go into debug room or something and just practice. Just practice damage glitching. Try out double damage glitching, which is damage glitch, swap, damage glitch, swap, damage glitch, swap. Anyway. So this fight with Adam is passive, obviously, at the start. Just run up to him, lock on, get him taunted, and also apply your buffs. So he's taunted, buffs are applied, you're set up for this phase. Now there's actually a phase skip here, which is the sword dodge skip. Once he hits a specific amount of life, it's another threshold thing, he'll start a dialogue thing, which takes like 5 seconds, and he goes, sword, dodge. And so you want to skip that. And I believe the way it works is that when he levels up, because he levels up as you damage him, right? When he levels up, he gets staggered for a bit, and if he's staggered when he passes the threshold, then he doesn't enter that. I believe that's how it works. Otherwise, it's that he's staggered at the start of this phase when you hit him, and then you pass the threshold. Like, see how it's staggered here? And I just passed the threshold. I think it's when he levels up to level 6 that he does the sword dodge thing. So you're basically trying to burst him down, and you're probably not going to get it the few times you try it. It really helps to slow-mo him. You can either just do slow-mo, damage glitch, slow-mo, damage glitch. Or you can actually just do not slow-mo and just do double damage glitch. And that should work. As long as you're actually hitting him with your damage glitches, then it should be fine. But yeah, this fight has 2 phase skips. Here's another one. The easiest way to do it, I kind of messed it up, but the easiest way to do it is to charge a double laser and lock on and then hit him with it. If it's still taunted, that is if you got the previous phase skip, then it should be fine, otherwise you'll need to use a 3rd laser. And we can use 3 lasers with 2 pods, surprisingly, because there's a thing called a triple laser exploit. When you have 2 pods, if you charge a full laser on pod A, you get the double, then release that, so there's 2 lasers, and then swap to pod C. For some reason the cooldown of pod C is still up, so you can get a 3rd one. But it doesn't work if you charge the double on pod C. When you swap to pod A, that'll be on cooldown. So, I don't know, you just do what you can, lock onto him, charge the double laser when it's up there, and then after, when he comes down from there, or when he wants to teleport to over there, which is his 2nd place, it's 1st, 2nd, and then I think 3rd up here somewhere. When he wants to teleport there, he'll just teleport down to the ground, because you've dealt enough damage to him. So yeah, and then this is the final phase of the fight. You can watch a run for all this stuff. Here I'm DDG plus slow-mo, which is probably the most advanced combat you could get. There are a billion inputs a second. Don't try it at home.
Come on, through that hole.
You kill him, skip the cutscene, and then just go up here. There's no rush except for the fact that it's a speedrun. You could stay here forever if you wanted. I've always hated this movement a bit, but you know, it's whatever. So just high jumping here is pretty quick.
Looks like we're safe now.
What the hell
If
just happened?
in places like this, you can actually sometimes dash swing up little ledges, like this one for example. You can swing up that, because the force from the swing pushes you up. But some of them, like this one back here, you can't. Like here, there's nowhere along here that you can dash swing up. You can do it like on the very side here, but that's like really whack. So anyway. You just want to have as
Let's move
efficient
to an area
movement as
of
possible.
reception so we can contact command.
Okay, so here is the infamous box. This box can do a few things to you. We use this for that save scum that I talked about earlier. If you took the transporter at the desert camp, you can do the save scum. Otherwise, you just do the normal box clip that they used to do. So what they used to do was push this either 1.5 or 2 times around there, and then face this way, and then pod launch. And if you do it right, you clip through, and you don't need to push it a 3rd time. But what we do now is we pod launch, but as soon as the pod launch begins and we clip into the wall, we cancel it with the dash. So that leaves us stranded inside the wall rather than clipping all the way through. It's a bit tough to get it first. There, I went all the way through. I dashed too late. The timing's pretty tough. And it also matters how much you push the box, in my experience. So I think we want about 1.5 pushes. So here I am inside the wall. And you can drop down here. Make sure you don't walk too far away from inbounds because you can fall off here. Especially this little bit here. There's a drop off that I never expect there. Anyway. So the purpose of this isn't just to get a... quick clip here. I mean a quick beeline here. It's actually, if you notice at the top right of the screen, you get that saving possible, and on the minimap here, there's this light ring, and that means that we're in the radius of the transporter that we activated all the way back there, and we can actually save at that transporter, like that. And why is that useful? Well, it's because we can save, and then instantly load, and when we load, it'll take us all the way back to the transporter. And I'm pretty sure it's faster in real time to do that, but it's also because we use loadless as the main competitive time, because it's more fair, that these kind of strats become really strong. Because obviously loadless doesn't run during the load screens, and there's going to be a load screen when you load here. So yeah, that's what we do. Now this out of bounds is kind of tricky. It's hard to know where the ground is exactly. I just fluffed it up myself. Cool. So this is where you would land after doing the box clip into the wall. You can see how tight that looks. But yeah. Just come along here. I've forgotten what my good indicator for it was. I think as soon as you go through this little bend in the wall, you just like dash, jump, jump, and then dash, and you're fine. But you can do all sorts of things here. It's like, there's this lower floor down here, and then there's a gap, and then there's the upper floor. So now I'm on the upper floor, and if I walk across here, there's the gap. And then there's a lower floor here. But yeah, the reason why we have to do all this, I haven't actually explained, is because if you follow the normal path... Where's the dialogue? Yeah. There's dialogue here. There's a trigger. And that means that when you go to save, you actually can't. You can't save your game by a quick save when dialogue's on.
Go ahead.
Operator,
So you would have to wait for all this dialogue to finish.
we weren't able to capture them, but I have combat data ready for upload.
Understood. Ready to receive.
Hopefully you can get something out of it.
And then you would be able to save scum. Yeah. If you didn't grab the transporter early on, then you would just come back here with normal movement. That box clip into the wall is pretty tough. That's like a 3.5 out of 5. Or 4 out of 5. Oh, I should show you.
Desert escape.
There's a strat to make it slightly easier.
Off.
That Cassina came up with. Don't want to fall off here, so try not to. I know I've done that a few times. Oh. Why is it fully... It looks like it's fully pushed. What? What? Anyway, what you do is face at the angle that you want, stop running, and then press dash to do a backdash. And because of the way pod launcher's speed works, it at the middle of it, it goes really fast during the pod launch, but then at the very end it slows down a bit. So here you can make it so that the part where you actually have to press dash, you're actually moving slower during that part, so you have more time to react. You have a bigger window to do the sideways dash. But yeah, I don't think it's possible when it's pushed forward like that. Is that like one mini push from being pushed fully? What? Anyway, just pretend that I've clipped out. That wouldn't happen normally. Yeah, it might just be from the map load. And then once you get here, you have the icon top right. You can open the menu, quick save, and then just load. Mind blown, dude. She just poked it with her toe and it fell down. Dang, it's getting pretty dark, huh? Might be a bit better. Right, so now we're here. It still saves us our progress because we did save the game. We don't need to talk to those guys. So from the transporter you just continue on. Now here's another case where you can just hold forwards and just mash both dialogue buttons. What you want to do there is choose the bottom option. Do not choose the top option. So you choose continue fighting, which is on the bottom. If you choose the top one, which says return to the resistance camp, you actually have to go back to the resistance camp. And I forget what you have to do there, but that's traveling that we do not need. Yeah, okay, you don't have to, but unless you want to do one of the clips.
I heard
You want to do a moose clip,
the resistance camp.
or you want to do the mega jump coming up,
Target location confirmed.
then you can do that.
About the other androids.
But
Should probably check this out as soon as possible.
they're tough and they're slow. Well, no, what it does is, yeah, it does that, but also, yeah, it spawns a wall here, so that's the actual reason why you can't go straight to amusement park. I mean, you can clip out, there's a really tough, I call it the mega jump off this route here. I could show it off really quick. It's a bit hard to do with a small sword. Oh, I didn't get a double lift. There. And that I only just barely got over that wall, by the way. That wall is a lot higher than it looks. And then you would just forget where it is. Oh, here we are. And then you still need to get the trigger down here, so that would be your backup strat if you knew how to do that, which you probably don't if you're watching this video. But thankfully we don't, well, maybe not thankfully. It'd be cool to have something like that in the run. The most difficult aerial movement. Oops. Anyway, the normal path is that you say no to the dialogue and you come through here. Yeah, you just mix in like all the things that you can fullest to get length and height. So there are actually a few clips here that Marky's been experimenting with. There's one where you take a moose from over there, and I could show it off but I'm not going to, and you ride it into here, turn a certain way and then jump off and you clip into this wall here and then plunge down to where the ladder is in the sewers. That's actually not any faster than just doing it this way. And there's another clip here. Now we're at a bounds, but yeah. And there is yet another clip. Well, it's not really a clip, but frick. You can get over that. But the thing is that you can't just progress because you need a trigger that is like right near the top of this ladder. And coming back all this way to grab it again isn't worth it. So it's like here. 1 or 2 jumps from the top of the ladder. Anyway.
Infinite double jump on.
Yeah, there's a mandatory trigger there. It sucks.
Infinite double jump off.
Okay, so normal path. For speed, most people have been doing this, which I still struggle to get sometimes. I always freak out when I get to this part because it's really nerve-wracking. So SD preserves momentum if you do it during a plunge or something like that, but it also makes you move down quicker. Like you'll notice when if I do it here, you start falling quicker than normal. And that also applies to a plunge. So instead of the plunge just going straight diagonal down like that, you'll go diagonal, and then when you SD, you'll start curving downwards due to gravity. It's like 2B becomes more susceptible to gravity when she SDs. She becomes heavier. It's probably a good way of putting it. But yeah, you don't have to do that. It's like half a second quicker than just running over the sewer and doing this. Like you just run over the top and then heavy when you're over the top of the hole. But yeah, once you're down here, it's just movement. Jump up and grab this. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. After 5 or 6 hops up the ladder, you can do the thing I did in Prologue where you let go and skip the top of the ladder animation, but that's like a 1-second optimization. You can just like go all the way up. Yeah, it looks faster, but a lot of things in this game look faster than their alternatives, and they aren't. Okay, so there's a trigger for a cutscene here. It starts just about at the end of this little, I don't know what you'd even call this strip of malnourished concrete. Like around there. And it continues forward a bit. It's actually a pretty small trigger, pretty short. I'm pretty sure you can just do a high jump on the ground with a BF lift and get over it. You don't even need the tree root, but it's kind of tough. Yeah, like angles to negotiations. So anyway, there are many ways of getting over this. The aerial movement in this game is pretty like, you can just do whatever. You just change it to suit your needs. There are billions of combinations, not actually, but there are heaps of combinations of stuff you can do. Some people do a double lift off this tree root, which is pretty easy. And then just like pod hover over or do whatever you want to. I'm just gonna get back over the other side of it. You could do this, do a pod launch over the top. A little slower just because pod launches are a bit slow for horizontal movement. What I like doing is getting up to near the top of the tree root. This is actually very close to where the trigger starts. It starts about here, so it's kind of risky, but I like doing it anyway. And then I just do a delayed lift.
What are those?
Like that. Like the trigger's pretty low and short.
What the?
Anyway, when you land here, you can plunge over to the middle here if you want, but it's more optimal to plunge over here. Jump over the fence or come around. So here is Let's Play Skip. This one's a little tricky. I think I gave it a 4 out of 5 in my spreadsheet. The clip isn't tough at all, really. So this building, you can run on top of it, just here. And if you move to the left while you're on top of it, you actually start falling. So you can plunge here, like that. And you're really easily out of bounds. Now, one thing to note is that if you do have DLC, there's going to be... It's not necessarily harder, although I can't say I've tried it myself, but it doesn't look too much harder. There's a room here. Don't know exactly what it is. There's like a building right here to stand on. It's a bit trickier. Okay. Yeah, but there's a video. I might just put that in the description. There's a video of how to do it with the DLC and without the DLC. Anyway, you don't even need to stand on this roof, really. You plunge from here. But yeah, this ground is what it looks like. Through this wall, there is a little bit of ground here. You need certain angles to be able to see the ground, which is part of why this is so tricky. So just this little square of ground. If you go in here, then you clip back in. So it's a little scary doing that plunge because you can fall through here, but yeah. Hopefully you land around here. So from here, we need to do a long jump. So a pretty safe way to do it is not equipping double damage glitch. So your first set will have small sword on slot 1, and then you can do that light hold that we used for the pit skip in the desert. But since we don't have that now, probably a good way to do it, and the way that I do it, is to get as many pod spins as possible. So these things. You can walk off and then do a pod spin like that, but the thing is, at the end of it, like for most of the gap here, you need to fall quite a way down before it actually voids you out. But at the end there, if you drop even slightly below ground level, it'll void you out instantly. Or it'll drown you, actually. So you want to try to get as much height as possible, as well as distance. You can do stuff like lifts, and that makes it really easy. Yeah, like that, I just walked off the edge there and it drowned me. Creep.
Let off.
But, again, there are plenty of ways to get across here. I just like doing this. So I jump, pod spin as soon as it's possible, dash, and then pod spin again. So 3 pod spins. Starts with a running swing. So the running heavy swing is the one that we use for movement normally. Like this one.
Part discovered.
What? Oh, I know why that happened.
Let's play. Off.
Anyway, It was because I voided out, I drowned. And when you're drowning and you use the teleport thing, it teleports you to the place, but then the drowning thing is pulling you back to a certain position. So I teleported out to the front of the amusement park and then started coming back and hit the trigger for the cutscene. Anyway. So, running heavy, jump, and then you hold jump to glide, spin as soon as you start gliding to try and maintain that height. Because if you wait too long, you're going to start falling through the glide, and the spin doesn't really give you that much height, it just kind of maintains your height. But anyway. And then you can actually refresh your spin, or your glide rather, with a dash. So that's what I do. Now the ground here is kind of hard to work out. It's also kind of hard to work out where you are when you drown or void out. But you'll get the hang of it. Just look at the map if you're not sure. So the ground here is like really weird. This bit, I believe, comes out like here. This is all we can stand on, this area here. The edge is like there. And comes across to like here. But there is a little gap here, I believe. And this is where you instantly drown if you drop below at all. Like here, I'm gliding as soon as I walk off, and I'm still gonna drown instantly. So you have to be kind of careful with that. But yeah. So you can go here. You don't want to clip in here, because we haven't completed the skip yet. This wall is fake. This wall's also fake. This one's real. So you want to come around the left of this wall. Here, I'll start from a position where you actually would start from. So ideally, you want to just come straight across the gap to here.
Let off.
Let. So this is how I would normally do it in a run. Except not failing that. So I'm taking kind of a beeline across the gap. And that was actually pretty shit, so I didn't make it. But yeah, you land over here. And you just follow this around to the left. When you get here, you can walk through this and accidentally clip in, so don't do that. You just want to follow this, kind of just midway through this wall of the building. Just follow it around. You can look at your minimap if you want. Now, we end up getting to this place here. There's a wall here to stop you from clipping in as well. Around this tree trunk, you need to go between these. You can't skip out on this. This is 100% required if you're doing this skip. You need to come back around and walk right into this corner. Because right here, it's about... This is like the box for the trigger that I'm walking now. There's an image on Discord actually, but I can't remember where it is. There's a box like here, and that's the trigger box. And you need to hit that, otherwise, when you hop onto this roller coaster, it's just going to go around the whole track and you're not going to jump off above where you are.
Leave that tank behind.
If they aren't hostile, fighting them is a waste of time.
So you always need to hit that. And you know you haven't hit it if you start traveling up these steps and they don't say anything. You need to instantly just go back and... if you do miss the trigger, and it's happened to me a few times, even when I think it wasn't going to, you need to come back here. And then you can either sit through this cutscene or you can high jump over it with a double lift. It's up to you. Obviously the high jumping is quicker, but... but yeah, you need to just go back and hit the trigger the intended way. But of course, ideally you just take the time to come into this corner here, and instead of just going straight through here, come into the corner, hit it, and then clip back in. So yeah, super important point there. I'm not going to show you the non-Let's Play version, because there are some skips you can do over triggers without doing the full Let's Play skip, but it's just better to learn the Let's Play skip. So anyway, that's the amusement park done, for the most part.
Humans sure are strange.
That skip, I think there are time saves on that spreadsheet that I link in the description, so look at that.
Hey, 2B.
Yes.
People who know me well usually call me
Try not to slow-mo or get this slowdown from entering crit HP, like this one, because it actually slows down the roller coaster. And try not to get evade slowdowns either, because that also slows down the roller coaster.
Alright.
I'll probably upload it all as one and provide timestamps. So ideally you want to kill all the enemies here. It might be a bit tough for you on your first playthrough, or first attempt. They just give experience and cash, and yeah. So at the end here, I jumped off the top of the screen with a high jump. It's just your standard high jump. And if you're off the top of the screen when you hit the trigger to enter this area, normally they do a high jump, but since you're already off the top of the screen, it cancels that animation. So here we are. We land about here. Just dash off. I use an SD to cancel my dash so that I start falling. You can usually pause to skip that one. I don't know why we don't have music here, but there's no music right now for some reason.
What the hell?
Our records don't say anything about a machine like this.
I think it's because I was SDing when I entered the cutscene. Okay, so with this boss, this is going to be very hard at first. The very first attack she chooses once she gets off stage and lands is going to be blades. And that's the one she just did. If you deal too much damage before she actually chooses to do blades, then she'll actually just choose another attack. She could choose blades, but she has like 6 different attacks in phase 1 that she can choose from. At least 6. Most of them are longer than blades, so you don't want her to do that. What you want is for her to choose blades, so she starts going, yeah, does the animation, and the things are sticking out of her, and then you want to get her health bar to disappear, which means the threshold has been met. And that means that when she chooses a new attack, just like all the other bosses, she will choose to go up on stage instead of actually choosing a proper attack. And that's what she's doing right now. So at the start of the fight, actually, what you want to do is dash towards her. I like to dash towards her while spamming taunt to get her taunted, and after 2 dashes, I buff. I have a feeling we can actually do this without buffing, but you should buff. And then just start double damage glitching her. If you're not good at combat, you probably won't even be able to kill her before she chooses blades, so you don't even have to worry about making that mistake. And if you're really not good at combat yet, then you probably won't be able to kill her before the end of blades, so she'll choose another attack after blades. But whenever you kill her, she'll choose to go back onto the stage. If you do kill her before blades ends, you should go behind her, because she'll follow you, or she'll follow NieR, whoever's dealing damage to her. So try to lead her back towards the stage so that when she does choose to go up there, she's right next to it already. You should actually look to the right there, because if you hold forwards into this hacking segment, it's a bit tough to explain, but in the real world, when you're facing towards Beauvoir, that's actually the game's left, or the game's west, I suppose. So when you hold forwards and enter this hacking segment, you're gonna start going like this at the start of the hacking for like a second, and it's really annoying. But if you face to the right in the real world, then you're facing forwards in the hacking. Just a little aside thing. Only found that out a few months ago.
If we take hacking damage, it'll affect
But yeah, I usually look towards the lamp. Doesn't really matter too much though. So hacking phase, what I do here is always have podfire on. I look kind of, what I try to do is look towards one bunch and melee attack another bunch. So the actual melee attack that I'm doing is dash and then punch. You have to remember not to do this retardo roll, I call it, because it really is just a really bad attack. But yeah, just try to take all of these out. Then there's a second wave. If you go quick enough here, and if you're lucky enough, they won't spawn these hacking waves. That almost hit me, but I was dashing. So you just want to go and take them all out. You should be fine with double damage glitch to get her to enter this burning animation, this explosion, pretty soon after she lands. I like to go around and take out these androids while I'm waiting for her, and definitely not get hacked like that, ever. But there we go. And then you can buff up here. If you're not feeling confident in your combat, you should buff up. Without buffs, it's I think 4 or 5 full damage glitches, and then she actually dies and you get the XP pop up. You have leveled up. And then what you really want to do here is you got to remember to SD, unlike I did. So as she's dying there, you get the level up, and then you hold SD down and you actually do explode yourself. And what that does is takes you to 1 health, and that actually saves time later on. You can pick this up if you want, this +3 chip, but I don't really like using the +3 chips because they take up so much space. It's better to just use crits if you have them. But anyway, we'll talk about chips later. So that's that fight. It's probably going to be a lot longer when you first start learning. Speak to these bodies, and come out the door here.
So,
What is it?
that machine.
You should dash swing as you enter this forced walk section.
It's almost like it had actual emotion.
The machines don't have feelings.
Just watch her run for most of this. You should really watch through this and then watch her run and you'll understand most of what people are doing. Unless they're doing wacky strats.
Hostiles.
You can mash here, choose any option here, it doesn't matter whatsoever what you choose. And then we go off to the side here like intended. Doesn't matter if you kill that guy at any point, it really doesn't matter at all. Now here, there's some move tech you can do. Some people like doing this, or something like it, to get up there. I timed it a while ago, and almost every single time doing a high jump here came out quicker than the long jump, just because of the certain height that you need, and also because this is really finicky, these crates. I know I said before, long jumps generally come out quicker than the high jumps, but just for this particular one, because of the distance that you need and the height that you need, it just doesn't come out quicker for me when I try. So what I do is just lift heavy, jump heavy, and then dash. But also in my runs, because you're actually supposed to SD in Beauvoir, let's pretend we SD'd in Beauvoir. Oh, by the way, with that cutscene at the end of Beauvoir, if you SD'd, you'll be in this dying or staggering animation. When you enter a cutscene while you're in an SD related animation, you need to hold decline to skip it, instead of pausing and pressing accept. That's very important. Otherwise you won't be able to skip that cutscene. So anyway, coming out of Beauvoir, I typically look for a small recovery. just so that I'm only at like 26% of my health, or 25. If you use a don't use a medium, just you can use a small recovery. And then what that does is it enables you to use SD. Because after you blow up from SD, you're on 1 health. And that means you can't press SD again. It won't do anything. So because we're not on 1 health anymore, we can actually use SD, and that means we can use it for a high jump. You don't need to use SD here, but if you don't use SD, you need to delay your lift by a bit. So I just small recovery before this point anyway, just as safety. So anyway. Otherwise just climb up the ladder. There's a cutscene here. We can't skip this cutscene because it's required. Here I just dash swing the whole way, and then at the end I plunge.
Attack the bunker directly. They originally came here from
Your movement's probably going to be pretty crappy here,
a few
but
theories about that, but no one knows for sure.
it will get better. So cutscene here starts about here. I usually use the doorway as a measurement. You just want to dash swing into it. Or jump, but I really do recommend dash swinging instead.
They all have white flags.
Do not hit Pascal. Come over here, first thing. Okay, so this is where the choices that you made earlier in the run actually matter. If you did do save scum, like most runners do now because it's faster, then you come over here first thing and hit this transporter. If you didn't do save scum, and that means you didn't activate any transporters before this, then you're going to need to wait here and speak to Pascal first. Go through all this stuff. And then come over here and activate the transporter. That's because the first time you activate a transporter, it gives you dialogue about map data. And if you're in the map data dialogue, you can't speak to Pascal. So if you've already activated a transporter, then feel free to just come over here and activate it early. Saves a bit of time to do it that way, and then speak to Pascal and then exit. But yeah, if you ever need to, you can shoot any of the village people, not that guy, and they'll cancel whatever dialogue's going on at the moment with their shorter dialogue. Well, yeah, you can do it that way, but it is quicker in that case to just speak to Pascal first thing and then go to the transporter. Going to the transporter, then punching one, or shooting one, and then speaking to Pascal is never going to be the quicker option, I don't think. Anyway, so you'll notice that I'm staying on low health, I'm not healing, and that's for Death Warp. So what we used to do here is, there's a trigger for 6-0 crying coming up, and the trigger is actually like right off this edge as well, but it's all over City Ruins, you can't really escape it. So what that used to do was when we got to Resistance Camp to turn in this quest with Anemone, we wouldn't be able to speak to her, but we found out that you can proc it as early as possible by jumping off this ledge, and then when you get to Anemone you don't have to wait for very long to speak to her. But then we found out that you can cancel the dialogue when you get to Resistance Camp by speaking to the door on the right hand side. And so we just get there as soon as possible now, optimizing the movement as much as possible, instead of triggering the dialogue as early as possible. So we already knew about this clip here, that you can just plunge through here. But yeah, you can also push this one time and then pod launch through this gap. But I like to use the small recovery for the SD for the high jump back before at the ladder, and also for this one, because what you can do here is make this 100% consistent. Sometimes if you plunge and try to get through this gap, it just won't let you, but if you plunge and chain it into an SD, she just instantly goes through, and you can't SD when you're on 1 health, so that's why I use the small recovery. So we get 6-0 dialogue. That's fine.
Time for your regularly scheduled contact.
And you just want to find an animal. Any will do.
What's wrong?
Oh,
Just try not to put it right in front of their face because they can just spontaneously decide to move.
but
And then they'll have to do a massive turn to get to your bait.
turn me down. Honestly, QB.
Also, do not use anything in the quick menu here.
Definitely not the person to
Because when you
discuss
use
this.
something in the quick menu, it's the same button you use to dismount the animal. So you're actually going to like use something and then hop off the animal without realizing it.
It would be bad for me. It would affect mission
And I've done that a few
efficiency.
times.
Are you saying you need me to be?
All Model B combat units require the assistance of an operator.
Just going to resistance camp.
So,
To be?
Just gonna hop off here. Doesn't really matter when you hop off. Well, I suppose if you hop off all the way down here, the animal's gonna go into the resistance camp and then like is gonna be forced to move away from it because he can't enter this area. Well, you technically can, but you need to do like a trick. So he's gonna move away and that's gonna lose you time, I think. So I just hop off kinda early. Anyway, when you get here, the dialogue should still be going, so you just come over here, speak to the door, it cancels the dialogue that's already going. Then you turn in the quest to Anemone. She gives you a crazy camera. And so this is where it's important to be at low health.
What do you think?
Using a small recovery is fine, using a medium isn't.
Transmitting to us directly.
You just shoot the animal.
Now do you believe we're not a threat?
Your mouth can say anything it wants. But
Oh.
You still don't have a heart.
I suppose that's
I think I have too much experience, that's why.
Yes, well, you're free to visit.
Typically that kills you on one hit. I think I might have killed something extra. So you just continue. So what we do here is we're dying to go back to the transporter in Pascal's village. And this only works because we saved at Pascal's village. That's why it's super important to grab this transporter.
What do you think?
Like before when I told you grab the transporter and save there.
To us directly.
Level 9? Yeah, I guess I'm level 9.
Your mouth can say anything it
I
wants.
think normally you're
but
level
you
8.
still don't have a heart.
I suppose that's
So anyway,
technically accurate.
when you die,
You're free to visit our village.
well actually let's start with when you save the experience. Maybe I just grabbed a low level animal, I don't know. Like there's a bit of a spread on the animal levels, isn't there? Anyway, when you save, you kind of preserve the experience you've gotten up to that point. And then when you die, you go back to having that experience, and the difference between the experience you had when you saved and the experience you had when you died is left on your body. So saving here is really important for that reason, and also because when you die, you go back to the save point if you've saved, unless there's a checkpoint between when you saved and when you died. Anyway, moral of the story is you save here. When you die, you retain key items. So we still have this viscous oil that Anemone gave us. So we just collect that, die, and then bring it to Pascal here. And she's up there now. So whenever you're in Pascal's village as well, you can just completely skip this ladder with a high jump. It's not very hard. Otherwise, just jump up onto the ladder. Saves a few seconds each time. Speak to Pascal, mash through her dialogue.
What's that noise?
So we're not shopping at all yet.
This is an emergency transmission from the bunker.
Should still be fine for recoveries and for buffs.
And it looks like there are a ton of other machines there with it. All your HUD units should
Alright.
proceed and engage.
So here's another choice you have to make.
Goliath?
It only matters a little bit, but it's still something you should consider.
I promise you. We were
Next
not
time we're in
aware of this
Pascal's village and we're coming out of it, going to A2, there's going to be a skip we do here called the mum skip, using a double
sort
lift.
that later. Let's go.
And we jump over a dialogue trigger. If you can do that, then you're fine. Just continue on normally at this point. But if you're not going to be doing that, then what you should do is grab the transporter over here by the tower. And we call this mum skip skip. Because we skip the mum skip. And this is only grabbing this in A ending.
On it.
And then transporting to this instead of doing mum skip is 2 seconds slower than not grabbing this and then just doing mum skip. But both of those options are quicker than not grabbing this and then not doing mum skip. Just like walking through the trigger. So what you never want to do is just walk through the trigger for that dialogue, which is the mum dialogue, because that's really slow. Either want to grab this and unlock it, transport to it later, or just actually do mum skip. Doing just mum skip is the fastest option though, by 2 seconds. So anyway, you want to follow my pathing, just do it exactly how I do it. Don't go zigzagging around, because plenty of people zigzag here and I don't know why. This is the same as the start when we were doing those fetch quests. And then here, please, for the love of God, do not go around the right here. Please. If I see you, if I see you doing that on your run, I'm just gonna reject your run, mate. just go through here. Beeline. Always beeline. To the objective. I am joking about the rejecting your run, but please. I'm not a Nazi. So it's not that first gap here that we go into, it's the second one above that. Yeah. Alright, so I'm gonna stop here and talk. Once we move to about this far forward, just looking at the ground there, Engels is gonna break open the wall. And there's gonna be an invisible wall apart, like along here. There's already an invisible wall along here, but what we can do at the moment, there's actually a hole in the wall that the devs left. It's a pretty small hole, it's in a pretty specific position. I find the best way to get it is to jump up onto this piece of rubble that's on top of the other one, and then jump kind of backwards over this way. I'm gonna try to get it, sometimes I get it, sometimes I don't. So what that does is lets us completely skip the Engels fight. So I'm gonna give it a go. So I didn't get it. So now we're stuck in here with Engels, but we also have the old-fashioned way of getting out of here, which is a high jump. Now you can double lift off this piece of rubble, like so. Not like so. And then over to the left. You can also use a bunch of different pieces of rubble. Let me just get back in. If he starts doing punches, that's really annoying, but you can also counterattack jump if you want to, and if you're skilled enough. Just aim left enough. Yeah, well, it's not consistent for me, buddy. Anyway, so you can do a double lift here, or you can do a really delayed lift off the top of the rock. That also works to get you enough height. You can do a lift here if you want to, and that gets you over. It's a lot more lenient if you do use the SD refresh on the heavy that I spoke about earlier. But yeah, like this you could probably counterattack. It's even better than a double lift. And then what you don't want to do is fall down here. Never, never, never fall off the edge. Because I'm just gonna walk back up there right now, but when you come back up here after falling down, there's a wall. You can't get back in. So as a recovery strat, what you need to do if you do ever fall down and you want to continue the run, I believe you can come over to this transporter. And I believe you can save here. It's a bit annoying though because the camera angle's fixed. Okay, never mind, you can't save here. If you fall off, you're screwed. The run is dead. So, don't fall off there.
Crane.
Oh, whoops.
Angles. On.
What? Why did it play that again? Huh. Anyway, I'm just gonna use the tool to put back in. So yeah, you can double lift off a lot of different rocks here. Or you can kill him. It's up to you.
One hit kill off.
And then this wall disappears.
Let's get to those flight units while we can.
But killing him takes quite a while. So then when you get here, just a small optimization. You don't want to be mashing to get into the flight unit. You want to get as close as possible to the bit where you actually get in and then press OK. Oh, I accidentally killed the other angles. That's not what's supposed to happen, by the way. Just a second. I'm just going to load this out to show you actually how to fight the angles, because it's kind of important.
One hit kill on. One hit kill off.
Iron pipe with crit gems? Oh yeah, man. These moves can be really annoying.
We probably shouldn't get near that guy's feet. Yeah, no. But let's find another route. The flight units should be on the roof of that building up ahead. It'll be dangerous, but we're not going anywhere unless we pass through that Goliath.
Okay, so anyway, we go up there like normal. You know what the deal is. Just gonna teleport up there. Let's go for this again. I didn't get it because I suck. I need to practice it again.
Displaying data on central wiring hub.
So when he does this, you gotta be a little bit scared.
The skies are
Do
clear.
not get
Stay
knocked
at your
off.
weapons. Make sure to approach at low altitude.
I don't know if you can hear that. Sorry for that noise. Someone was just watering my window with a hose. Okay, so when you get here, so you only really need the ranged attack up. So pod programs in flight units, there are several different kinds depending on what configuration the flight unit is in. If it's in mobile configuration, which is where it's standing up like a humanoid and you use light attacks to slash all around you, then that's the strongest pod program there is. So when you use pod program there, it comes out in like 2 waves of spirals, and they actually can really abuse broken hitboxes. So on this Angles, he's got a really broken hitbox. He just soaks up all the bullets from like all around you, if you position correctly. With the other ones, like I think the stealth one makes a, yeah, the stealth one makes the straightforward wave, like 4 waves of straightforward bullets. And then there's another mobile configuration one. If you're side on instead of top down, then that one comes out in 2 straight waves in a circle around you. But anyway, this one's the only one that can really abuse hitboxes like this. So we just position here, see right where I am, between his shoulder and his head, just anywhere around here. You don't want to be too close to his head because then his head actually soaks up the bullets but it doesn't take damage. And if you're too far this way, he doesn't soak up the bullets properly. So like, it's quite a wide area. And just here, just 2 waves, and then he dies. See how all the bullets got sucked up? But you do need to equip this ranged attack up. If you mess it up, just do heavy swings on him, because the light ones can't hit him. I'm pretty sure. Or maybe it's, yeah, I think it's Goliath Flyer I'm thinking of. Anyway, you should get it. It's not too hard once you know where to sit. I think you can also sit on the right hand side, but for some reason everyone does it on the left. And that's just what I do. So that's the end of City Engels. Now we used to do movement around this way, but then we found out it was quicker to actually go the other way. We use plunges a lot here, and there's a lot of improvement to be done with this movement if you can, but it's also very tough.
We can end this long and arduous war once and for all. Our intel team is hard at work.
So this is barely optimized, the way I'm doing it. But yeah, you just want to roughly follow this path and chain your plunge into an SD to be speedy. And one thing I will mention is that this is where we trigger Skype glitch. Until a while ago, Skype glitch wasn't talked about much. Most runners didn't even know how it was activated. It's you might have noticed that we cancelled Commander's dialogue. We cut it off because NieR wanted to speak about some shit. Commander, for some reason, when you cut her off in this specific dialogue, it freaks the game out a bit. So the game thinks that you're always in a Skype call in some way, because when you get a new Skype call, like any time after this, as long as it's this instance of the game that's running, the game will not give you the bring at the start or end of Skype calls.
This hallway looks pretty old.
So that can save some time in dialogue later on. But also, the most important part of it is that because we activate it here just by going fast, we're obviously not going to sacrifice time to avoid it. What you need to remember is that when you pass this point in a run, and reset and have another attempt or something, you need to reopen the game. You need to completely exit the game, close the instance, and reopen it. Because if you have that advantage for prologue, your run's going to get disqualified. Because it really is a big advantage for prologue, where you have to wait for a lot of dialogue.
Look out! My name is Adam. The aliens you seek are no longer here.
But yeah, you will notice that we don't get the bring.
Us, the machines.
Wipe down.
And who knows? Perhaps we'll wipe out the
So in this fight,
machines are weapons capable of evolution.
it used to be really simple, but now there's a few things that we do. So you just want to kill Eve once, or at least once I should say. He gives a lot of experience from the first kill and no experience from further kills. So I'm just taunting him and doing double damage glitch in his face. He dies, you get a level up. It's actually quite a bit of experience. So now we have a new thing here. So there's a really high invisible wall. Well, I suppose it's not invisible. On either side of the arena. You can't get up there with a single lift and high jump combo, but what you can do is counterattack jump. Which means you evade, and then use the heavy counterattack to get up high, and it's like you're starting an aerial combo from all that way up. Same thing as a double lift really, after the first lift, except it's just a counterattack instead of a first lift. And then you can get over this wall, so we're technically out of bounds now. He's still gonna do his thing.
this riddle of humanity.
And now if you look at the minimap over here,
Allow you to assist.
oh, you can't see it when it's paused.
You were made in
I'm gonna jump up onto the bridge we got,
Assist you with
we came here through.
We need you to locate the
My camera is doing some really weird stuff here.
We will then dissect and analyze
Okay,
them.
and then we're here. There's a little invisible wall forcing you into the side scroller,
Surely you see the attraction in
like
this.
so.
Are you insane?
So the controls are affected, but you can high jump over it.
This guy's bonkers.
And if you exit this area, I'm just gonna speed myself up.
Suppose this concludes negotiations. The only remaining option.
So you can kill all these things that are in this cave system, and what that does is gives you extra experience towards level 20 by the end of the run. You should be able to get it anyway, but it's just insurance. So really you'd go through and kill everything there
aliens were on.
Yeah.
if you clipped out quickly enough. And that also means that you can dash swing through these on the way back.
Back this
If there are enemies there, obviously auto lock on is a thing and you can't dash swing.
Yeah, yeah.
But yeah, it's just a minor time save.
We now have an operational transporter.
The experience is really nice though.
We're attempting to deploy them at other points as well.
About time we had access to those.
Care to fill me in?
Transporters?
So you
They
kill
let you
all
transfer
of
your
those
consciousness
guys
to a
during the
temporary
fight.
body back in the bunker.
One important thing to note is that if you clip out there and kill these guys and you're done with nothing to do, do not ever go out here. Never, ever. Don't. Just don't do it. Because if you're out here and you're like, oh yeah, let's go out here, and then you forget to go back in, this actually deloads the alien ship that you fight them in. So at the end of the fight, it's gonna say, oh, the fight's done, give you the experience, teleport you back in. It doesn't do a check to load the area, so it's actually unloaded the area, and you go back there and you get soft locked at the end of the fight, and that's definitely not what you want. So you want to make sure that you are like within this area here. You don't need to be too careful, like I think even staying about here is fine. But there's like a random enemy spawn here, I think, and it's really risky to come over here and kill him, so if that's what you're thinking about doing, don't do it. just stay safe, fam. Okay, so here, normally there's dialogue when you come back here, but because I just blabbed on a bit there, we didn't have it. Yeah, don't go into the light. So, there's dialogue here. You want to speak to Jackass, but you can't do it while there's already dialogue active. So what you do is jump up here on the ladder, and as soon as you grab onto the ladder, the dialogue would be cancelled by Jackass. Because the game is thinking, oh, you're gonna go up the ladder, not speak to Jackass, but Jackass has something important to tell you, so we'll just make her speak to you anyway. So that's what the devs were probably thinking, and that's why they made a dialogue, they like built a dialogue cancel into the game. And so that cancels, you come over to Jackass, she tells you something again, you smash through it, and then you activate this. From here, you just go straight to the bunker.
That
So,
concludes our report on the events surrounding
while the fade-in is happening here and no dialogue's on, you can actually
Council of Humanity
rotate the
needs
camera.
time to formulate a plan.
We'll just mash this. Now there's something you can do here. You can high jump up, but what I do is go to the side here. So in front of the door there's a trigger box for some dialogue. It's a square in front of the door. Now you can do the thing that I suggested earlier, right after prologue, as a slight time save, but here it saves like 4 seconds. So you talk to him, within his first dialogue, you walk into this trigger for the second dialogue.
Why don't we rest a little bit?
Well, it's actually the first chunk of
It's been a while.
this ambient dialogue that's supposed to happen. So you actually cancel the first chunk and only get the second chunk. That means you can activate this thing earlier, transport. So basically just coming back from Commander, you don't need to do
This
this,
job can be pretty rough sometimes, huh?
and they're doing other dialogue now for some reason.
And you should work on keeping your opinions in check.
But yeah, just dash to the side. You can just dash off this thing and to the front, but it's a bit scary because the trigger's right there. So then yeah.
I'm heading to the transporter.
Fine.
Speak to him, walk into that. It'll cancel both of them. And then wait for this dialogue and then activate transporter. Straight to Pascal's. So here again, ladder skip. Even if you go off screen, it's fine. So mash through that. You only need to choose the third option. When I started playing, for some reason, I thought you needed to choose all of them and clear all of them out. But it's just the third option you want. Okay. So then you can hop off here. So this is one of the most well, this is for sure the most intense shopping part of ending runs. So you speak to the supply trader here, tool shop machine. It's the same as the one at the resistance camp basically, except he has some different chips. We don't really care about that. So the first thing you do is you sell your machine cores. So the machine core is always going to be the last material before the chips. You can just press right D-pad on your menu to skip down a bit. Obviously don't sell your OS chip, because then you get an alternate ending. So you should have 4 machine cores by this point. The only difference is that if you kill that Engels where we do the jump over the wall, if you kill him instead, you get an extra 2 machine cores. So you can sell those I guess if you want, but it doesn't really matter. So either 4 machine cores if you do everything properly, or 6 if you kill him instead of jumping over or jumping through the wall. So you sell all those. Now we're a bit rich. And what you do now is you get to OS chip, you go 2nd chip, 3rd chip, 4th chip, 5th chip. You actually don't need to, but if you're doing Japanese it helps to count down there. Anyway, you just sell minimap and all the chips below it. So you should sell 6 system chips. Those are the ones that we don't really need. Enemy data, pretty important to see their health. Skill gauge, also pretty important. Our own health gauge, probably the most important one of all. And OS chip, which we can't remove. So you can also see when you're selling these things that you have, you can see what attack chips you have, because attacks are at the top here, under system. So we had 2 crits and that range attack up +3. We actually surprisingly picked up a diamond, which is, if you don't know what the diamonds mean, it's when they rolled the lowest capacity cost of that chip level, which is really good RNG. And also if you fuse a diamond with any other chip, it'll form the lowest capacity cost of that level, but it won't form a diamond. So yeah, that's why it's important to get diamonds and fuse diamonds together with other things. Anyway, crits are what we want. We want ideally a bunch of crit +2s and crit +1s, crit +0s like these ones. You can see that it can roll quite a low capacity cost, 5, or it can roll 10, I mean. Crits are super important, and I'll explain why. So increases critical hit rate by 1%. So crits in this game deal 500% of the damage of a normal hit. They're not 200% like most other games that have crits. So these are essentially, you have this rate here, 1, and to easily calculate the average DPS increase from equipping one of these, just times that by 5. So equipping a crit +0 is going to give you, on average, 5% more melee damage. Just over a long run. And then, so that's a crit +0. Crit +1 has a chance of 2, so that's 10% damage. Crit +2 has a chance of 3, so that's 15% damage. You can imagine if you have 2 crit +2s and a crit +1, that's 3, 3, 6, and 8. So 8 total. and that's 8 times 5, which is 40. You have 40% increased melee damage just from equipping 3 chips. For pretty low capacity cost if you're lucky. So that's why crits are the best. And you'll see once I equip them that things are just going to melt sometimes. And they also enable some quick boss cycles later on if you're good enough. Anyway. So this ranged attack up +3 that we picked up after Beauvoir, sometimes it's a melee attack up +3. That's what you want. And you do want it to be diamond, but chances are it's not going to be. This is just basically backup. If it's a diamond, it's actually a pretty good equip. Because it's the same as a +1 crit, 10% melee damage if it's a +3 weapon attack up. But it can be for cheaper if it's a diamond. Anyway, so you just kind of, you don't want to sell them. I'll do the rest of the shopping after this just to show you it properly. So you go plug in chips, customize, set A, and then here is where the resilience that we bought all the way at the start before the desert comes in. So this chip is pretty nice. What it gives you is hyper armor above 80% of your max health, so you don't get staggered. And that's important because, not just for the stagger proof, but especially because we don't want to be staggered during a damage glitch, because that wastes a lot of time. So we can start a damage glitch. She has that rolling animation where she goes, yeah, before she actually throws out the sword. And if that gets cancelled, that's super annoying. So we always want to be above 80% health now to not be staggered. And that 80% health is calculated before the hit. So even a hit that takes you to 1 health from max health isn't going to stagger you. The rest of these, pretty useless. Definitely auto heal is useless. Move speed up, pretty useless as well. Attack is where it's at. So you just want to go, like, there's not really a set format I do for like calculating what the most efficient loadout is with attack chips. But just usually I go like, look for the highest level of crits, and if they're a reasonably low capacity then I equip them. Otherwise I just go from like low capacity to high capacity. For this, you could equip that instead, but I think I'm just going to go with crits because I like crits. So this is 2% crit chance, and that's 10% increased damage. The other thing you can get is shockwaves. Shockwaves are okay, they're usually pretty low cost, so I usually fill the gaps in after I've equipped crits. But yeah, it's like crits are king, and then weapon attack up, and then shockwaves. So yeah, that's how you do your chips. You always want that resilience on there though, it's really powerful. So, we sold those machine cores, and we also sold 6 of our system chips, and that was just to make as much space here as possible. We don't really need those system chips. The minimap is probably the most useful of the ones that we sold, but still it's not really that useful. You should know the game well enough anyway. What we actually might start doing though is selling skill gauge and leaving minimap on, because that still makes up enough space that you're dropping. And minimap is useful for one new skip that Shabu found in the factory actually. So it might be useful to leave that on and save like 8 seconds doing the skip. But anyway. So that's chips. We sold all that stuff. So 4 machine cores, 6 of the system chips. Now we're buying, you want to max your medium recoveries probably. Actually if you're just starting out you probably only want to buy like 60 medium recoveries. And you want to buy 40 of each of these buffs. The defensive buffs are really going to help you out. Okay, I guess you can max those. Max mediums, 40 of each buff, or 41 rather. And we want the large ones. Also, I forgot to tell you, what you want to do with the sell is sell your small buffs, because they just get in the way. So you only want large buffs. These ones go for 30 seconds, small ones go for 15. 15 is just not long enough. Okay. So now you have defensive buffs, which halve the damage you take. Really useful, especially if you're new. Even people like Marbles. I think Fullest also doesn't use... I mean, he does use defensive buffs. I don't use defensive buffs, I just go max medium recoveries, max large attacks, max large attacks. And it saves time on menuing, and it also saves time... Well, it saves time menuing here and saves time menuing on the shortcut menu. Because when you open shortcuts you have to go down and activate all these, obviously. It's a little bit, but it adds up. Anyway. So, that's that shopping done. The quest that you get from Pascal here is to investigate the forest castle, which is where A2 is. So this is what we call the pre-A2 buys. And this is also where Momskip is. So you see here, there are these two robots. If I move a bit closer, like past this bush on the right here, it's going to go into a cutscene that takes like 6 seconds, 7 seconds. So what we do to get around that, and this is where you choose between this or teleporting to that transporter we picked up before Engels. This is slightly faster if you didn't pick up the transporter. So what we do is get a double lift off this ramp. This is one a lot of people struggle with, to get the double lift. You just want to make sure you're facing like right up the center of the ramp. Because if you face off to the side, the incline isn't actually as much. It's because of how geometry works. So you want to face right up the center. And that gives you the biggest slope to get the double lift off. So it's just lift, heavy, jump. And you actually don't need any more than that, you can just jump pod launch. But I like to do lift, heavy, SD, heavy, jump, pod launch. And then you want to just hold down jump for the pod launch. You want to hold down that jump from the pod launch so that you glide afterwards, and then spin for some extra distance. This trigger is actually really annoying, it's super long.
9S works just
Infinite
fine.
double jump
And
off.
pretty high as well.
Yeah, but
Infinite double jump off.
So when I come down here, usually obviously from the dashing we're running, I actually just SD so that I stop running on the spot and just turn around and lift. So then let's do that, and then you can just dash. You don't need to plunge, but I'd like to plunge because it's fast. It's also a bit more risky. So anyway, plunges are nice, do them in a lot of places. Watch world record for better movement than this, probably, unless I mess this up. If you teleported to the transporter, you're coming from this direction instead.
this must be the commercial structure Pascal was talking about.
Just want to beeline straight to the door.
It's a facility known as a shopping center.
Nope.
Maybe.
Now here's another dialogue cancel. This one actually saves 10 seconds. You just speak to 9S. I use this little rock that I'm standing on as an indicator. This one here. And a bit beyond this is where the trigger for this next dialogue that we're skipping starts. But if we walk into it here, with this open, it just skips it all, and these guys fall. So that, yeah, saves about 10 seconds. You just beat the crap out of these guys as quickly as you can.
You're getting distracted.
Check this guy.
Sometimes this guy will be a pain. Skip this one, skip the next one.
Looks like the forest is just ahead.
So you want to dash swing into this cutscene. It's about, the trigger for this one is about here. Just around. Oh, it's a bit closer than I thought. So here the movement's fairly optimized.
Here they come. Better keep your guard up.
I'm aware of how to fight. You just be careful.
I will, 2B.
And now this split is a really cool split because there's a lot of skips. Started with mum skip. Now we have this. It's not out of bounds technically. We're just kind of going to the destination as quickly as possible.
What is with these
Be
guys?
really careful about this bit.
They're saying 2B.
This bit here, like right here, can kind of suck you down. Because the dash wants to follow the surface of the terrain, and the surface of the terrain actually goes down there. So sometimes you'll just fall down there if you are not careful. But the strat I came up with was to line up my strides such that I dash off here and then swing there, and that kind of prevents that problem. And then normally here my dash is supposed to follow the surface of the terrain down here, dash off here. You want to maximize ground time as much as possible.
How are we supposed to reach
And then
that
here's a plunge, spooky plunge. If you don't think you're gonna make it, you can you jump, plunge, and then you can hold down the jump button, and then press SD. And as soon as the SD stops, you'll start gliding. Like I'll show you what I mean.
Mark flip plunge. Off.
Like if I go too ballsy and take an angle like this, which I know isn't gonna make it just from looking at it, then I can do this and save myself. But you kind of need to think quickly for that one. Here we just do a standard high jump up the wall. This movement's actually fairly new, the one that I'm doing. So we did used to go up here, just like I am. But I've made some optimizations that I'm not sure they're optimizations. I usually fuck them up anyway, so... Anyway, most people used to go up here, then maybe dash swing off here sometimes. What I do now is I come around the side here and jump onto this outcrop, and then just dash across here. Jump, jump, heavy. I just need the heavy there to get some extra height. And then this is Mario Kart skip. I didn't mean to go all the way through the self-destruct there, and you shouldn't, because then you stagger here. But I will explain entirely how the skip works, because a lot of people don't actually understand it. So we have this wall here. The collision's a bit glitchy. You can plunge onto it. When your plunge ends, you'll come back down. You can plunge at an angle, like so. Now what we're doing here is the Mario Kart skip, and if you're familiar with Mario Kart time trials, often they will jump off the edge of the track and hit kind of like a new loading zone. So they'll trick the game into thinking they came off the track in a different location to where they actually did. And so when they drown, the game will respawn them back at a different location to the one that they fell off at. So that's actually exactly what we're doing here. We're coming up here, and this castle courtyard area has a load zone, like a respawn zone, that puts you back on top of this drawbridge. And that's where we're going to be respawning. So the box that detects that you're actually in the courtyard and says, oh, so we should respawn you over here, that actually extends out past this wall a bit. And where it extends to is just to the right of this back corner, just slightly to the right of it. So if I go up there now with infinite jump,
Infinite double jump on.
and just touch this bit here, and then fall off over here, I respawn back up here. But if I respawn here, just to reset my position, and then I come up and I don't go slightly to the right of the corner, if I just get stuck in this little bit in the corner, okay, well that's not going to be good. I just do that, and then I come down here. I don't believe this should work. Yeah. So it's really just slightly to the right of this little bit that you can get stuck in the corner. And then after you actually go up there and hit that and you're coming back down the hill, if you fall too far to the left, you actually re-enter this respawn zone. So all your efforts to get up there are cancelled out if you fall too far to the left, because then it just respawns you back here. So you want to get up there and then respawn to the fall to the right as well. So it's a bit complex, but once you actually know what you're trying to hit, it's pretty easy. You just plunge and then you can chain it into an SD, which preserves your momentum because SD is amazing. You can also, I believe,
Mario Kart. Off.
I think you can also use a laser. I think Half Coordinated did that in his GDQ run. Yeah, it's a bit weird though. I don't really like it. Anyway, so I just go from all the way back here. You can go from wherever you want. Getting the skip is more important. And that was actually perfect, because I didn't spend time being stuck in the corner. I just went straight for the box and then came back down. So yeah, now we're here. That's a bit quicker than going all the way around there. Other than that, if you don't want to do that, you can do a really long jump from over there to here, but that's a lot more difficult than that, frankly. Alright, so this is a lot of people's favorite skip. We actually skipped the entirety of the castle. What are you doing? There are many ways to clip out here. The way I used to use was a pod launch. I used to line up with this line of moss in the wall, I believe, and pod launch through the wall. Invisible ground here, just near the wall though. If you walk too far out, then you fall. And you can actually soft lock down there, I believe. If you fall onto a branch, there's like a one-way ceiling, I think. Anyway, so once you clip out here, you continue along there. I'll just show you some other ways to clip out. I don't use this one anymore. Right now, I just dash and punch. So you just need to be doing a running punch to clip through the wall. What I'm looking at is this line of moss here behind the tree trunk. That's what I'm aiming for. If you clip into the tree trunk, it's really weird, but sometimes you can clip into the tree trunk itself. Then you just want to dash to the side, and hopefully you can get through the wall. Anyway, you can do that. You can also, I believe there's a heavy hold, but I'm not sure how exactly it works because I've never done it. And I think there's also a sword slash that you can use. You can maybe pod launch from this side too, I don't know. Oh, yep, you can. So there you go. A billion different ways to try. Pod launch still be faster? No, because moving your camera around doesn't actually affect your movement. Unless it really disorients you. Which it does for some people, but it doesn't really matter for me. But the pod launch is always slower for clips. Even slower than doing something like that. Slightly. Yeah, the sword slash is the same as the punch. And then, like, what I do in runs is just, I have my camera roughly like this, and then I just backdash and rotate it at the same time. So, this looks a little scary, but it's really not. And you don't need to be scared. Just basically how I do it is like I count the dashes. 1, 2, 3. You can jump after the third or you can jump after the fourth. Doesn't really matter. Then you just clip up through this ground. It's pretty hard to mess up. If you come to the right here. Wait. I think there's a way to get past this invisible wall, but anyway. Yeah, this ground is accurate. Just don't walk off. Oh yeah, that's the thing. So there's even ground there. Underneath. If you're really worried about it. Wow, that actually extends for ages. Dang. So yeah, this one's really easy. A clip. And then there's an invisible wall here. You can pass through this though, and as soon as you pass through this invisible wall actually drops off. And it's also a one-way invisible wall. Isn't it? Oh no, it's two-way. So yeah, this is where the wall is. Anyway. And then what you want to do from here, you can see the entire castle here. That's the throne room up there. What you want to do is go to the middle set of windows. So not these, but these ones. And you want to go on the right hand side. It doesn't really, like, you could go over here if you want and then come along this way. It doesn't really matter. This area's pretty open. And then we climb these. Hopefully not badly. You actually can't clip in through these windows, so don't worry about that. If you need to, you can add more things into your string. You could do that. Whatever helps you get up here, because this skip really does save a lot of time. But the way I do it in runs is just lift heavy jump, lift heavy jump. And it will take you a while to get used to this. Now, the most important part of this skip, by far, see where I'm walking? You can't walk much to the right of this. If you walk there, you're going to clip into bounds. The line is like here. So yeah, be very careful on this rooftop. It's better to fall all the way down by accident than to clip in. Because if you do clip in, then you're screwed. So from here, all we have to do to complete the skip is just high jump up to these steps. Be a bit careful here, both because of this and because of these. The steps don't actually start at the very bottom like you think they would. You actually have to get a bit higher than the bottom step. So just be careful of that. Like I'll show you. Yeah, it's like the third step. So yeah, and then you just come in here and we're already at the top of the castle. You want to clear out these mobs, both because there's a trigger around here that you need to hit to progress, and you would normally hit that coming through the castle. But also, if you clear out these mobs, then later we can access the transporter when we really need to. But you should probably save here if you're new, because A2 is one rough fight. Just gonna save here for shits and gigs. Okay. A2 is a shit fight, to be honest. Okay, so here, when we get to this shadowy area, the flowers, there's a forced walk trigger, like right beyond where this shadow ends here. Like here. So what you want to do, we used to run up and pretend the tree is like somewhere around here. We used to run up, jump, and then right before the trigger use our double jump. And that would mean we roll towards the cradle where the baby is. But this way is actually faster if you can get it right. You pod launch, and then you're right next to the baby when you land. And then the cutscene starts. You don't even have to walk.
2B. That's
But it's all about knowing where that trigger is.
type android.
Alert. This unit is currently
You can taunt her during this cutscene.
recommended.
Annihilation? But why?
And then this fight's my worst fight, so it probably won't look very good. I really need to work on it.
Bunker to 2B and 9S. We've picked up a signal from the black box of a fugitive known as A2.
Well, that was a fucking amazing fight.
What you see in front of you is your enemy.
Let's go after her, 2B.
Anyway, you kill her. Yeah, that fight was great. I wish I got that in the ending run. So yeah, you kill her. You don't actually pursue her. What we do here is a skip that saves several minutes, I think. Just from memory. So there's this wall here. Proposal, pursue the deserter A2, and it makes you walk back away from the wall. The wall's pretty high, but we can get over it. You can either, what I do is I do a delayed lift from the top of this. In general, you'll notice that I prefer delayed lifts over double lifts. Double lifts do get you more height, but I feel I can rely better on my own delayed lifts. So then you just do a full jump combo and plunge through the thingy, and then you're through. If you come back this way, you'll hit the wall again. And then the double lift version, pretty easy as well, I think. This might take you a while though at first. So what can go wrong here? If you, oh, by the way, with the double, if you don't want to start like part way up the stairs, you want to start at the bottom of the stairs. I find that's most reliable, and hopefully 9S isn't in the way. Put some pants on 9S. So you could accidentally, well that, you just go really high with the double lift. But what can go wrong is that you can dash into the thing before you do your plunge, and that just stops you. Or you don't go far enough, then you land on top of the trigger still. So you need to plunge past the end of the trigger. It's kind of about knowing where the trigger starts as well. So how close can you be before you start the plunge? So here, this is actually a really good use for slow-mo. These enemies come out of the foreground, and if they come out enough, then they block the transporter. Like so. And for some reason they don't permanently block it, they're like really sporadic. Like they're moving back and forth here, I think. Yeah. So you can either sit here spamming, and holding slow-mo I guess is a good strat, if you don't make it the first time. Or you can come out to this bridge, and jump off the side, and then come back. And that should reset the enemies. Yeah. So they lose aggro if you come out all that way. And then activate the transporter. Anyway, so that's A2 done. Now we go back to Pascal's to turn in the A2 quest. Ah, man, this video is going to be so long. I'm sorry you're watching this and you hate me for making such a long video. ladder skip again.
It'll be faster.
Let's stay
So
sharp
now
and
with
head
this
back to the
dialogue, you should
position.
actually, as soon as 2B starts talking, you should shoot one of the children there. Hence the shooting the children meme in fullest channel. And that means that when you get down here, if you didn't shoot the children, then you would actually have to wait a bit and then activate the transporter. If you shoot the children, then you can get down here and just activate it straight away. Saves a little bit of time, it's like 2 seconds or something. So straight from here, you shouldn't need to buy unless you died a lot. That goes for the whole run. Aside from the buys that I'm doing here, you shouldn't need to buy unless you are dying a lot and using recoveries and buffs. So then to resistance camp. Yeah, there are. That's why, like, I wanted to do an edited video, but it would just take too much time, and I know that I would get demotivated with it and not be able to finish it. Because, like, that's my style, because I usually just go off on tangents, and I have really disorganized speech patterns. So, like, sitting down and writing a script and recording stuff really helps with that. And that's what I did with the silo skip video, and it turned out really well, I think. So here we cancel this dialogue with this jukebox area. Normally if you come in here, this chick's like, hey, listen to the jukebox with me, I think.
Operator 60 to 2B.
Or maybe it's
Regularly scheduled contact.
NieR saying, should we take a rest or something like that.
Listen to the
So right after you cancel that,
images, flowers today.
you just mash through the dialogue. Don't sit down on the chair,
There wasn't much left
but
of
even
the
if you do, it should be fine.
I found one
And then come over here to Anemone straight away.
bet you'd look
You'll notice that I
really
got the
nice
dialogue
with
from
those
60 about
hair.
Lunateers.
It'd suit your stylish
If you
look.
speak to Anemone before she starts that, she won't do that. But until then, I'm just sitting here waiting because that's what I have to do.
Know if I find anything else cute, okay?
So just,
Hear about.
you don't need to rush, but yeah,
It's this will stand, of course. Anyway.
just smash through that. So this is the easiest clip in the game right here. We just jump. And then we're out of bounds. We also have to dash through that, but there are a bunch of other ways you can get out. Really not worth doing because they're both slower and more difficult. But you just have to jump between this box and whatever these are, computers or something. In this little gap, she'll just fall for a bit and then clip through. And then here, just dash on the left side of this, I think. If you dash on the right, I have a hard time getting through here. But dashing on the left is best. So here, the guide to the out of bounds here is kind of pretty quick. Don't go over here, there's not even a point. Within this building, there's no floor, aside from this corner area. Well, apparently there's a floor here, but there is this little patch here that you can stand on. Drops off a little bit in the corner. What I do in runs is cut across here. Now, or if you're playing safe, what you should do is just come over here, walk between the buildings, you'll be fine. And then over here. This is the most scary part of it. So you can come into this building a little bit, but you might recognize that this is that quest where you have to move the crates around. If you go even one step too far into here, you're stuck. It's a soft lock. Even if you could get out of here, which you can't, you're stuck in this area.
Off.
Because how do you get out of here? Well, you take the door over here. But wait, we haven't opened the door. So, yeah, don't get stuck here.
On.
If you do get stuck here, you should quick save and then load to go back to this main area.
Off.
Yeah, that's why most people Monka S at this movement. You can cut the corner a little bit though. You just need to know just how much you can. Okay, so here, if you get too close to this side scroller area, you'll kind of get locked into it a bit, like the camera will freak out, but you'll still be fine. Even going this close, you're still fine. Just don't go past those boxes. So, oh god. So the place we actually want to go to is all the way over there. But ooh, there's a trigger, there's a mandatory cutscene here. And I might as well actually just show the first version
Flooded skip.
so that you can understand
Off.
what we're doing. So we used to come over here and then plunge down. This is an out of bounds area. Obviously the floor is really jank. And we would come down here, and there's a trigger right here, and we'd hit that and continue on. But what we do now
Flooded skip. Off.
is we come down here, double plunge, and then hit this cutscene from underneath. When the cutscene ends, we're still down here, we void out, and then we're back up here. So this is a really high area, and we can get to many places from here. The most important of which is down there with the cutscene, and over here, which is our objective marker. So that's what we're going to do. Now with the double plunge I just did, you know how you can dash off the edge and then dash again afterwards? It's the exact same thing for a plunge. You can plunge, and then after that plunge finishes, you still have your dash. Because partway through the first dash you were still touching the ground, so your dash was refreshed. Anyway. So here...
Let's take him out already so I can...
Doesn't really matter how you do that. I like to change the plunge into an SD. If you get far enough, like close enough to this area with that the plunge,
Yeah, but come on, 2B. It's still...
like you could just glide down here. If you don't get close enough, then you just respawn back where we came from. But if you do get close enough, then you respawn over there. You can also just make the whole way, but I think it's quicker to drown nearby and then respawn over there. Anyway, just taunt these guys, buff up, same as all the rest of the combat. Cool. Fidget spinner here. I like to pod launch and slow-mo taunt and do all that good stuff. And then you have the double laser at the end, which deals like half of its health. And then if you need to, you can also swap and use triple laser exploit, which I spoke about in Atom Pit. I'm not going to go very in-depth with the combat, mostly because it's tedious to do it all over again.
I think that's the last of the machines.
So, this bit's really important. Once we kill everything, there's some dialogue, and then after that dialogue, like 15 seconds afterwards, the cutscene's supposed to start. And that's the cutscene we just got. So if we go over here, there's actually another bit of dialogue, I believe, that's normally supposed to be over there, and when you come through the flooded city normally you get it. But because we cancelled this dialogue that we got when we finished killing the enemies, with this other dialogue over here, they both cancel out, and then the cutscene just starts, and then the flight units spawn. So that's like a really easy time save. You just come over here, get the cutscene, and then come back over. And then it's Grun. Every speedrunner's favorite bit. So again, like the prologue, this is just clearing waves as quickly as possible. It's basically mimic what I'm doing. Grun skip. PogChamp. No grun skip. This can probably still be optimized a bit. The problem with trying to optimize this is that you have to play it over and over, and to restart this bit because you're in a flight unit, you have to Alt F4. So I'm just using pod programs here to take them out quickly. Oops.
Attention, this is Carrier Blue Ridge 2. Requesting support from any friendly units in range. We've come under heavy fire from the enemy. Our escort ship has taken damage and is unable to engage.
So you should be able to spam recoveries basically through here, even if you get hit a bunch. I think by the end of my A runs I usually have like 40 recoveries left on Eve. Something like that. Maybe 60, I don't know. Point is, you don't really need to worry, unless you think you're gonna die a bunch, which you may well, because the end of the game, or the end of the run, is a boss rush.
I'm picking up a large-scale enemy inbound. Looks to be 2.8 clicks southwest of us.
So cutscene to skip here. So at the start of this you just want to dash towards it. Shortcut for buffs. You only really need offensive buffs, it's not too scary. Just double pod program right in its face. Here only the heavy attacks can hit it, so don't go swinging in its face because you won't be doing anything. This is where long range is beneficial over passive. For the AI, I mean. The stuff that we talked about at the beginning of the run.
Enemy aerial unit destroyed. Reverting back to area recon.
Wait, I'm still picking up a large enemy presence.
Didn't I kill that already?
What on? If it's that big, we should be able to see it.
Now there is a mini cutscene here you can skip if you mash pause.
Is that a machine?
It's freaking huge.
Alright, so through this bit, this is actual auto-scroller. The bit where we travelled here wasn't auto-scroller, it actually mattered how quickly we killed stuff. But this bit really is just auto-scroller. Until the 3 cores and also the rail cannon. Those bits we can speed up. So throughout this bit, you just want to take as many kills for yourself as possible. NieR levels up when you level up, but when he gets kills, you don't get kills. It's a bit, fucked. So you want to get as many kills for yourself before you can get them.
EMP generator target confirmed. Marking on map. Proposal. Destroy the generator quickly.
So you can see the pod program thing I talked about earlier on. It's just 2 straight waves. It's really weak. But if this was a top-down section, we'd have the spirally one.
The unit unleashed a devastating electromagnetic wave attack. All resistance fighters in the vicinity were annihilated.
So basically, if this thing reaches land, we're screwed.
Affirmative.
Okay, so first generator. What happens here is you need to kill the 4 outer ones, and then deal enough damage to the inner one. So the outer ones, when you're buffed up, they take 6 swings, or really it's 5 and a bit. I think you can swing at them 6 times and they'll die on the 6th swing, but you can just swing at them 5 times, and then start moving away from them while pod firing at them, and you'll see that's what I'm doing here. So 5 5 swings on one, then pod fire it as I move away from it, and then when the top one dies, I'll move towards the bottom one and start pod firing at that, and then swing, and we should have enough time to kill both. Now the thing with these is that even if you do kill both in time before it rotates, it may not rotate to an advantageous position, so the other 2 ones that you haven't killed could still be invulnerable. And that's really annoying when it does it 3 or 4 times in a row. It's like infuriating, but yeah, it still happens even if you kill them in time sometimes. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So I actually missed the first swing there. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And then you go right here in the center, front and center, double pod program, and a few swings. And your buffs should persist through all of that. If you get bad RNG or mess up, your buffs may not last to the end. So it's just better to rebuff. Takes like a second or 2.
Oh, come on! It's got an electromagnetic barrier over its whole body?
The second and third core will be a bit different to that one, just slightly. Just because we get the spiral pod program.
Are you Yorha?
Hunter Squadron deploying out of North 12th C Defense HQ. I'm the commanding officer, 4B. Don't worry, we'll take it from here.
Let's leave this area to the reinforcements. I have an idea. You and I should meet up at the spot I just marked.
We've got mortars lining the shoreline here. All the EMP shielding in the world won't help against close-range mortar fire.
Got it.
Alright. So here, you should really just find a strat that works for you. But there are several different ways of doing this.
Let's try for a more direct approach.
Direct? Oh, right.
That's right. Lay down some fire and
That wasn't very good. But what you want is the crosshair to be right in the center as it starts opening its mouth. So just watch runs for that one. I think everyone pretty much has a different strat. And you should be able to shoot it 3 times in a row. When the second bullet is firing towards it, you can hold down the slow-mo button, and you don't even need to worry about cycling it with pod fire. But that does slow down Goon's animation, so his mouth stays open for longer. You should never ever miss the 1 cycle.
So I remember it. The moment it reached land, it went berserk and began attacking everything in sight. No one could figure out how to stop it. They eventually marooned it deep in the ocean, but it seems to be searching for a way back. Huh.
Hey, 2B, I think I have another idea. You keep that thing right where it is, okay?
What?
Please, 2B, this is gonna work.
NieS is leaving the front lines. Proposal: NieS should be reported to command as a deserter.
No! He has a plan. Just hold on.
I'm going to see if we can use those missiles back on the shore. But I need you to destroy the EMP unit on that thing's back. Otherwise, they're just going to go off course.
On.
Cool. So this one's very similar, except I'll show you. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And we come here and pod program. And that actually kills it quicker. So this is what I mean when they get put into bad positions. What you should do here is swap to missile pod and shoot them. Okay. And then here we swap to the second pod and then pod program. So the difference here is that because we're in top down, we get the spirally bullets on the pod program. We can actually one-shot those generators once they're vulnerable with the pod program. So that means we don't need 2 pod programs for it, which means we can use another pod program earlier on in the generator fight. With the first one, we were side on, which means we needed 2 pod programs and some slashes to kill the main generator. So we couldn't use a pod program earlier on to make it more lenient. With the second and third, you can. The thing with that one is that you have to be right front and center to be able to one-shot it with the pod program, because it's like a wacky hitbox thing. So just make sure you're positioning kind of where I was. Otherwise you can just do them the same way as you did the first one, with just slashes on the mini ones and then 2 pod programs on the main one. Same thing here as the second one. You don't need to get too close to the little subunit. Alright, and that's Grun. Cutscene, skip that.
Infinite double jump off.
So you can just mash the menu button here to skip this cutscene. There we go. Alright. So here, what I do is just jump straight from this position. I aim kind of towards this bit here, this right bit. And what we're going to do is a drown warp. Well, it's actually a Mario Kart. It's the same thing as the Forest Mario Kart, except a lot simpler. And we're going to do 2 in a row, actually. But the way people usually do it is to jump up here, because it's a lot easier. And jump, spin, jump, and then plunge down here by the side of this building. And what that does is put you all the way over there when you revive. It's much quicker than just running around here and actually doing the platforming. But to do it from this position is even quicker than doing it from up there. It's just a bit tighter. It helps to be running because then you get the jumping momentum in your, the running momentum in your dashes. But yeah, now we're up here. And for E-ending, it's actually more beneficial to learn that one because then you don't get the operator dialogue here. And that means you can activate the transporter up ahead. And that's not something we do in A-ending, but it is good to note if you're planning on running E-ending that maybe you should get used to that strat instead. So here there's another one. Basically where it is just beyond the side of this building. So what I usually do is like come here. That might not make it, but it may. Yeah, and then we're over here. It doesn't look like we've traveled much distance, but actually we came from all the way over there around to here in just a few seconds. So it is a lot. It does help. Now, as I said, we're not picking up this because we're not coming back here. Alright. So that's Flooded City done. Now we're onto Copied City. So the dialogue that tells us to get the scanner thing, that's part of the dialogue that we skipped. But we actually don't need to get the scanner anyway. And it's not because of this skip that we're about to do, but it's just because the game doesn't require it. You could just go down to Copied City while you're inbound and it'd be fine. But anyway. So this is Copied City skip, or Copied City clip as we've been calling it recently. It's technically the most precise skip that we have in the run. you probably shouldn't worry about it to start with. I hate saying that because then people just never worry about it, and then they start doing it in runs and they get really worried about it and stressed. But if you do it from the start, like in all your runs, you won't really worry about it that much when you actually get to it. I might spend a bit of time on this. Just know that this one's the quicker method, and it saves like, what, 20 seconds? It's such a hard skip. There is a quicker one over here that I've never really been able to do. I think you like plunge here or something. I think you can also pod launch, but I don't know what the angle is for this one, so you'll have to ask someone else if you want to do that one. It's a lot more lenient though. Otherwise,
To be here.
you can come down this way and go via the normal intended path. But I will be showing you this anyway,
Understood.
even if I don't think that everyone should be doing it. So you want to kind of, well, the setup I use is a variation on Marble Soda's original setup. It uses +0 camera. If your camera's more zoomed out, you might want to use a different setup. Find one of your own, I don't know. But it's based on 2B's model, so I'm looking at her feet. The camera just needs to be kind of overhead behind her. It doesn't matter too much. It does affect the... like, you do need to compensate for the camera angle in your model angle, but generally, like, anything like this is fine. So what I'm doing is looking where her feet are landing as she jogs. And you need to be jogging, because if you're sprinting, it's a bit different. So just jogging, and I'm looking at this line here. So there's like this horizontal line, and then there's a faint mark, a vertical line that crosses through it. What I'm trying to do is line up the right-hand side of her feet as she jogs with kind of the center of that horizontal marker. So that looks about right to me. So I'm going to go ahead and heavy hold, and then we clip out. And then this bit's just a plunge after you clip out down to here, and we're already at the Copied City elevator.
Blooded skip.
Again, I recommend that you get the practice tour for this, just like many other things, because it makes it a lot easier to actually practice efficiently. So again, this looks about right. You can see the right hand side of her feet are going through the center of that line. You can go a bit to the left or right of this, but something like this probably isn't going to work. Too far, the feet are too far left. Yep. And something like this probably isn't going to work, but it may. Yeah, feet are too far right. So that's the kind of window that you have there. It's very tight, but once you know what to look for, you just gotta have a steady hand. So if you're having trouble with this, I can help you out a bit. If your feet angle is too far on the left, hold on. If your foot angle is too far on the left, so your feet are way off on the left here, then you can actually tell which direction you need to go based on what 2B does when you try to clip. So here you can see she's sticking into the wall a bit and then falling back down after the animation finishes. That means you're too far to the right. Most of the time it does, at least. If you're too far to the left... Wait, hold on, have I got it the other way around? I think if you're slightly too far to the right... Yeah, that's right, because you wouldn't be way out here anyway. If you're slightly too far to the right, she instantly bounces back from the wall. And that's when your feet are too far to the left. So, model, too far facing to the right, feet are too far on the left. This way, you get stuck into the wall for a bit, I believe, if you're just slightly too far to the left. Yeah. So this is like the game's telling you need more push. You're almost through, but you need more push. So you face further to the right. But if you face too far to the right, then something goes janky with the collision, and it pushes you right back out instantly. Anyway, most of the time I just kind of line it up and go, yeah, that looks right, and go for it. Pretty consistent with it now, but that's what happens when you spend like 10 hours on this. Camera angle, if you can do it from this angle too using the same setup, but you need to compensate for the fact that you're more side on to 2B. So her feet are going to need to be further along the line to the left. So like maybe that'll work. Yeah. Obviously you don't want her feet blocking out that vertical line still when you're this far, because that actually means that if you were to look at it from this view, her feet would be like all the way out here because of the camera position. So, you know, just experiment, find something that works. You might not even like this setup, but I think it's pretty consistent. I really don't like camera setups, so that's why I don't use this one. There's a keyboard setup here you can do. I believe it's this. Yeah. So if you want to, you can use keyboard and mouse. You line up this point on this rock in the background with this point on this rock in the foreground. You make them overlap. And then you hold W on your keyboard to make her move directly forward, which is something you can't do with a joystick. At least not reliably. And then you just heavy hold. So that's a consistent way to clip through here and save time consistently if you want to do that. Otherwise this one's probably faster to set up. But you do have a risk of failing it. The ST there is just to make her fall faster. Alright. So this is copied city. There's a big skip here as well. But coming out of this elevator, we used to be able to high jump over this cutscene trigger. And the music doesn't play unfortunately if you do that, but for the actual big time save skip we do in the middle of Adam, this makes it not viable. So we have to hit this trigger. And it's just all the way around to the elevator, so... This bit's all normal, it's just movement directly to Adam.
This area is composed of crystallized silicon and carbon.
What's with the corpses?
It is unlikely the Yorha units came this far on their own. Hypothesis: the enemy must have placed them here deliberately.
Okay, so what we do is we come over to this side wall here. I don't have much time to show you this because he's busy yabbering and then he'll start attacking me. But this is about the setup that I use. I make 2B's head face just to the right of this little crack here. And then I do a full high jump and then plunge. And it seems to help if you go up really high into the air, and also if the plunge isn't delayed. So it's just you dash and you heavy attack at the same time. Those things seem to help, but I don't know why they would. Anyway, so also with that, I can show you after the fight as well. But once you've clipped out there, you'll be around here. What you should do is jump onto this, oh my god, jump onto this edge here. So there's a tiny bit of space between this big cube and the wall, and jumping into that space will push you through the wall. You can do it here, and I think you can dash, but the camera goes wild like this. I think you can just jump up and dash or something. Anyway, doing that is a consistent way to get through. Then you just follow along this wall for a while, but if you clip in too early, then there's this wall here blocking you, so just keep on going until you pass this, and then go back in bounds. So the thing here is that you would get here. I might just show you after the fight, or like during the fight even. I don't know.
My connection to the network. Now, Let us embrace death.
I'll show you what to do there after the fight. So this is just combat.
Time for you. I need to find 9S.
Ah, 9S.
So this is just dialogue restricted again, second phase. Once you get his health to a certain percentage, he starts the dialogue. Then you have to wait for the dialogue to finish, and then you have to deal damage to him sometime after the dialogue's finished. Then he transitions. Okay, so that's him done. So I'm gonna try not to get that alternate ending, but I'll just show you mansplaining a bit. This skip is called mansplaining, by the way, because in the first phase he is mansplaining and we skip it. So clip out there. I think people also use other setups like keyboard, and then they line up those two ones at the top here, I guess. These ones. Maybe like that. Yeah, that seems to work too. And then even if you fall down here, you can still jump right back up. So if you do happen to fall down here, don't move away, because then you clip back in fully and you can't jump back up there. It's so surprising that this above this box is actually out of bounds, but it is. So anyway, the whole point of doing this...
Game speed times 2.
Oh, I just got the alternate ending. Lol. Fuck, I don't think I saved for a while. I might just load up a practice save. Okay, practice saves. Okay, so I already have a save prepared. This one is after Grun. And I'll show you the full mansplaining skip now. So basically the first phase is controlled by the dialogue. Of course we don't have the same chips anymore. Get rid of skill gauge. Oh, we don't have resilience anymore either. Oh well. Let's just pretend we got all those crits. Alright, so the first phase of the fight is controlled by the dialogue. When the dialogue ends, the first phase ends. The dialogue is a set length. We cannot speed it up other than through the use of E-drugs, which is what we do in E-ending. So, let me just re-equip DDG. So what we do is actually completely cancel the dialogue with another piece of dialogue.
What is this?
We've tried pod padding, we've tried leaving copied city, which actually just soft locks you, so do not do that. And then Maki found this. Maki and I found it at the same time pretty much. He told me that he had a clip here, and I like went and found the clip.
Have a keen interest in humanity.
And then we were figuring out ways to actually activate the dialogue. But it was pretty much entirely marky.
War. The more human records I unearth, the more charmed I am by their complexity. This city is one of many areas I created out of a desire to
Same with most of the skips in this game. He usually like finds it and then other people improve it.
Almost spiritual. And yet
So,
currently nothing more
now that we're out, we activate this elevator, it comes back down, and his dialogue is split into 3 chunks. When you cancel one chunk, it goes right to the start of the next chunk. So we have to wait till the start of the 3rd chunk, which is now. As soon as he says only then, you can enter the elevator to hit that dialogue. Now the phase is over. What I do there is sit right in front of the elevator until it opens and I'm ready, and then I light attack and then backdash, which is neutral. No joystick input, just punch and then dash. And that'll always not put you all the way inside the elevator. If you do go into the elevator, then you're in big trouble. Because what that means is the elevator is going to close behind you, you're going to go back up, you're going to deload this area, and at the end when the cutscene finishes, it's going to TP you back in. Which means you're going to soft lock, because the area isn't loaded. So do not get all the way into the elevator, just use my setup, it's free, it's easy, you're never going to mess it up. And then we kill him. And there's another dialogue trigger there. Anyway, so just always remember there's the only then line and you have to go after that.
Damn. 9S really weird.
Alright, so here we have some more complex stuff. Kinda complex. Not gonna explain all of it, but basically there's this commander oral dialogue that begins when you kind of... I know the hitbox for it is like out here, around this way, out here, and it comes past here, and then it's behind these things. So when you pass that, Commander starts a dialogue that we don't have a way to cancel, other than this method. So we can, when we speak to someone, like this, it's the same as the speaking to 9S dialogue skip thing that we do in Commercial Facility and in the bunker a few times. So we just speak to someone and then walk into the trigger. We used to think that you had to jump and speak to them at the same time to get over this thing and actually cancel the dialogue, because the trigger for Commander's dialogue comes across here. But what you actually can do is just speak to this chick and then you can walk across the dialogue here. Just go all the way and then leave the dialogue once you're like past about here. And then Commander should have started talking now, but because we were in that dialogue, she didn't. And the dialogue's never going to play. So then, because of that, we can speak to Devil and Popular, who have just arrived. And we can buy 11 skill salves for the final fight against Eve. That's all we need here. There's nothing else useful here. At least not for ending. What I do in my run though is I do the jumping thing because it's quicker. If you just speak to them, and it takes a while. But if you do like this, do it really quick. Anyway, so then you come here, you always have to go here, open the inbox. You should also probably save. I save all the time anyway. Read that mail, and then we get this dialogue.
Something tells me this is going to involve a lot of killing.
So the quickest route to the factory is through this way. Not actually going over this building though, surprisingly.
I suppose he might know something. Pascal, can you hear me?
Oh, hello, 2B. Do you need something?
I need to know if you've seen any new trends or behaviors among the machines.
New trends? Well,
This one you should probably only do with SD. You can probably do it without SD.
they wanted to discuss
At least with a plunge you can, but it's like super dicey. You can do a smaller version where you go up here
If that's what
and then lift the rest of the way up, but it's slightly slower.
I believe they're working.
And then the standard way is just to come up here, which is slow.
Indeed.
So
Apparently it's
I recommend getting
located
very
within
familiar with
the
SD jumping.
I can give you the coordinates if you'd like.
Please.
I was actually planning to go speak with them myself, you know. Maybe we can meet up over there?
Sounds good.
Target location data obtained. Marking on map.
So for some more optimization of movement here. Because plunges are quick.
The machines you seek to form an alliance
Now,
with my village are hiding out.
there's actually a strat we use here
You should probably be careful. The machines can be
where we high-five 2B over and over again.
Even
It's a
you.
little finicky. For some reason, sometimes I can't get it.
from the network. We no longer share data with each other. We can speak, of course. But I
I think it's because of Pascal fiddling with the camera. But if you set it up right, then you just hold the joystick in one direction and she keeps on swiping behind her. And that's actually quicker than slowly walking like she does. But anyway. Yeah, we don't have a skip for this guy. Can't get him to move any faster. I'm just SDing here for the booty. Thanks. So I tried lasering that guy, but he's got hyper armor so it doesn't blast him. An SD kills him in one shot, and there's no real way to prevent that. An SD I think would blast him away towards the door, but yeah, it kills him. We can't make him attack us, we can't push him. Don't really know what to try next. None of the pod programs are useful.
So why are you still here?
Well, I brought you this far, didn't I? It's my duty to see this through to the end.
Appreciated.
Right. I should probably be explaining these skips, huh? So coming up is silo skip, or deep factory skip. It is the most complex sequence of skips that we have in the run. And it is quite scary to learn, but once you get the hang of it, it's not too bad.
Peace treaty?
Right, so I've actually done a full edited video on this that's pretty high quality.
This is shady.
So it's probably best to watch that. I'll link that in the description. But I will explain what's going on here nonetheless. So this is just a normal fight. Once you kill a set number of them, the door opens up.
Communications are currently unstable.
Group a distress signal.
Tootie, the door on the other side of the room just opened. Let's check it out.
Go down there. Crits, baby. Alright, so that room that we just came from is called the Mook's room. The Mook's room is very high up relative to everywhere else in the Deep Factory. This area here that we couldn't get to in the prologue is the Deep Factory, just in case you don't know. So ideally, the factory, what it would be is us hitting all the mandatory triggers that we need to progress, and then going to the end as soon as possible. So this is a mandatory trigger down here, this interaction with 9S. Now that we've hit it, what do? Well, we want to go back up to the really high room so that we can get straight to the end of the factory. But this elevator is not working anymore. So if we go too far from the elevator, it'll lock permanently, and we basically throw the run away. But to do that, you have to go like halfway across the room or something, so you shouldn't worry too much about it. So there are many versions of this clip out here. I'm using version 2. There are 3 major versions with different variations of them. I guess I can probably show all of the versions. So this is version 1. It's really slow compared to the others, but it's fucking swaggy as heck. So come all this way up. I actually messed it up, lol. It's been a while since I've done this. Double lift off here. Why do I keep swapping? Cool, and then we clip out the top. And now we're in the void. And now that we've clipped out like that, the elevator has actually reset its state. So we can now, you can see the door's closed, and we can actually open it. And when we get in, it'll actually let us ride back up to the room, which normally isn't possible. It's just the fact that we voided out that does that. Alright, so we're back up to this really high room. Like in comparison, the 9S room that we just came from is like all the way down there. It's like super far down. So in this room, this is where the beef happens. This clip is gonna make you pull your hair out, probably, like it did for me, but once you get used to it, it's not too bad. It's kind of like about height as well as angle. I think I just like doing lift, heavy, jump, heavy, and then a plunge. If you go too high, then you're gonna fuck it up no matter what, so just, yeah. Anyway, so we get onto this rail. This bit's gonna make us infinite fall. We get onto it, so we'll void out just the same as if we fell into the void there, because we're falling for so long technically. So try not to walk on the middle of these rails, just walk along this left side. The hard looking bit. Okay, so from here we would be able to get to the end of the factory like straight away. God damn, stop messing up the clip. We would be able to. But the thing is we need the triggers for progress. So like we can go all the way over here, and if you remember, this is the end of the factory. So there's no dialogue here because we've missed a trigger. We can ride the elevator up, but when we get to Soshi room there won't be anything. So the trigger that we need is just down here. It's going to be a little tough to see what I'm doing. I actually fucked it up quite a bit, but it was still okay. Okay, so what we did there, we went down to this lower area. I'll actually go down there now and show you. So we went down to here. In front of this door here, like about this high up. It's basically like the door, just an area in front of the door like this. There's a trigger that we need for progress, and once that's hit, 9S says the door's open, keep on going, or whatever he says. So you can hit this and continue on through the factory, and that's it's actually, wait, where is it? Is it this way? Yeah, you go up from here. You could hit that and continue on, and that's just fine. You've saved like a minute or something by doing that, as well as the 9S room skip. But what you could do instead of that is come back up here again. But how are we going to get all the way back up here after hitting that trigger? Well, you saw it before, spoilers. We just make it so that the game voids us back up by falling for long enough. So we just tap pod hover right before we hit the trigger. So we do actually hit the trigger, but then the game decides, oh, you've been falling for long enough. and puts us all the way back up here, which is where we last touched solid ground. Now that extra add-on, just actually voiding out and coming back here, saves like 30 seconds ahead of the other version where you would land and then continue on through the factory normally. So now that we've hit that trigger, well, we first hit the 9S room trigger and that trigger, we can hit the trigger at the very end of the factory here. You should double plunge here, by the way. So the end of the factory, and now we have this trigger.
Thanks.
You know you've done everything right when you get the dialogue there. Now if you kill that guy quick enough, you can damage glitch this guy. He gives between like 20 and 40 gold, 20 and 40 experience, so that's handy. But yeah. Primary goal is getting into this elevator. And then there is Soshi. But before that, I'm just going to go back, just so I can wrap this all in one time mark. So this is the 9S room. I showed you V1. There's actually an easier version of this. Oh no, this was the actual true original. And you would just keep on doing inputs up there to get through. And then there was version 2, which is actually the one most people currently use. You can do it like this. I'm trying to do it the crappy way that people seem to want to do. I think I'll list them all anyway in my video. But what you want to do here is probably just this to clip out. That's a lot faster than V1. And even faster than that is V3. This is V2, and there's V3. But V3 requires bare fists on heavy, which is why not many people do it. Well, it doesn't require it, but it's incredibly difficult to clip out here using just a small sword plunge. So what we would do is get this kind of angle and use a bare fist plunge. But I've never been able to do this clip even once with small sword, so... there's also a kind of V2 version that you can do. Oh, yeah, you can also do V3 with pod launch here. Which I don't believe I included in the video. But I've also never done that one. So you can also heavy hold through the wall here. Yeah, and then you're out. So there are lots of ways to get through. All that matters is that you void out and then come back here and open the door. But yeah, watch the video in the description for a much better quality guide on this skip. So, we come up the elevator. This one, we would come out down there. And just come across here. And then we have Soshi. So this thing I'm doing here, hold on, this high jump is just to get me stuck on the bridge so that I don't need to worry about any danger during the fight. So you get stuck up here. To stay up here, I think you can spam heavy, and I think you can also just glide like that. But then if you release the glide, I think you're forced to go down. Never mind. But yeah, this isn't necessary at all. It doesn't actually save in any time, but yes, it's just for safety.
95, 98.
Just want to buff sometime before it. And then there are some strats you can use on this boss like DDG plus slow-mo, which is insanely powerful. And if you get lucky with crits, then that's even better. And you can kill him pretty quickly, but yeah, it is tough. I'm also going to make a video on combat pretty soon, but it's going to be one of the highly edited ones instead of one spontaneous one like this, because I've got a script written out and everything. So Shabu recently found a skip here as well, which I'm pretty bad at, but just I'm using the minimap here, which is why it could be important to keep the minimap in A ending now. There we go. Except I didn't actually go where I wanted to go. Okay. Oh my god, this is so finicky. Three. I would not recommend learning the skip to start off with, but I just want to show it off anyway. The camera makes it so tough. Right, so we just follow along these paper thin walls. I believe you can even do that, but not land there. I think you can land like out of bounds here still. So anyway, other than that, if you weren't taking that path, it's pretty simple. You just follow the main Pascal. You just follow the main path through. There's nothing complicated. And then when you get here, you do the same clip as prologue. This time you actually have to jump up, and at the peak of 2 jumps, do the pod launch.
On. Off.
Because otherwise you're going to auto lock onto this guy. And that's really dangerous, because then you fall here.
Infinite double jump off. On.
So anyway, just for demonstration purposes.
Off. Infinite double jump on.
Jump, jump, and then you don't get the auto lock on.
Infinite double jump off.
Same as prologue. And that's Deep Factory.
Wow, that was certainly something. I had no idea such a vast space existed beneath the abandoned factory. I need to return and investigate as soon as possible. When I do, perhaps you'd be willing to join me?
No thanks. I'm heading back to the resistance camp. What about you?
There is some optimized movement you can do here by utilizing dash swing to swing up terrain that you normally can't get up.
This is the resistance camp.
Say again? I'm not receiving.
Scanning for interference.
The machine requesting it. Backup. Forces in range. Please, we can.
Let's move.
Let's just head to the end of the bridge. I try to angle my camera up so that I don't lock on before the plunge. But it's up to
Why are
you.
the numbers increasing like this?
Cause unknown.
Just following the exact same path we followed when we came to the factory.
Affirmative.
This cutscene isn't skippable. We can just ignore these guys here. They're not required. Stuff up here. Just go ham on these. Probably don't use slow-mo because then their death animations are slowed as well. Like these death animations are super annoying. Yeah, you just kill them as quickly as possible. If you move too far forward, down the alleyway, then more spawn, they're gonna spawn behind you. You can skip this cutscene after the tech smash. Yeah, that stuff's pretty simple there.
You again?
Now because we don't have resilience, that actually staggers me, the water. But typically it'd only damage you. And yeah, you'd be fine.
Local machine life forms are converging on the area.
This is never going to end.
Hypothesis. The Goliath-class enemy screen has some...
Now you can SD here to get like up to 14 kills.
2B, you okay?
I'm fine.
And that pretty much guarantees you level 20. So with this boss, he is a bit off the ground, so if you fight him on flat ground it's a really painful experience. We just bring him up this hill so that we can actually damage him. And he dies pretty quickly with double damage glitch. Just make sure you're taunting everyone and buffing for everyone. And not cancelling your single damage glitches if that's what you're using.
They're still coming?
I'll probably play PoE later. I kind of want to try Titan Souls.
2B? 2B, can you hear me? Our village is under...
Pascal? Come in, Pascal!
So this is just normal movement on flat ground. Not sure there's anything I need to mention here.
Damn it! Here too!
NieR! It seems the machines on the network have gone...
So here you'd have resilience, helps a lot. But obviously I don't because I loaded a practice save.
So much we can do.
Let's take these guys out first.
This boss you can one cycle. Zero cycle I mean, so kill it before it even drops down. But it is very tricky. I wouldn't recommend using slow-mo on it at all, to be honest.
Oh, thank you so much.
What happened here?
The machines on the network all went berserk at the same moment. I think the unit presiding over them may have gone mad.
It's Eve. It's gotta be.
So I'm just slow-moing here to make sure I don't get shocked by the enemies.
Stop the rest.
Most likely, yes.
Pod, I need you to locate Eve's current position.
Location has been detected and placed on map.
We'll take care of Eve.
You just worry about keeping the village safe, okay?
Do be careful.
And then this is the final fight. With that worm that I killed really quickly, normally you just damage glitch him, put as much damage as you can on him, and then when his orb drops down, just kill that. And that's the end of the fight. This one, Eve has some advanced tactics you can do. In this first phase, I'm just going to demonstrate. Well, I kind of stopped doing it optimally, but we skipped a certain attack that he does called platforms. So when he gets to about 65% of his max health, between then and 30% of his max health, any new attacks that he chooses to do are going to be platforms 100%. Platforms is a very long attack where he gets bits of rock, launches them into the air, and hops up there. So you need to climb up after him, and that's really, really slow. What you can do is wait till he chooses some random attack, have him sitting above 65%, and then during that one attack that he chose, burst him down from 65% past 30%. And that'll skip platforms. So that's how you do that skip. It saves a lot of time if you can do that. If you can't do it and he jumps up there, you should do a high jump, face towards him and lock onto him manually, and then triple laser him. And he should come down shortly. But it kind of depends on what health he's sitting on. Like if you get him down to 35% and he still does platforms because he's not below 30, then you can just triple laser him and he'll probably come down. Anyway, so this is another advanced strat. I'm using DDG plus slow-mo. DDG for maximum damage output, and slow-mo actually slows his regeneration here. If you can keep him from fully regenerating before this dialogue finishes, then this happens. It's just an instant hack from NieR, which is best possible outcome. You could get that before, by just chunking him down in second phase and having NieR hack instantly, but it's just RNG, because NieR does what he wants to do. So here, this is a bit different because I don't have resilience, but use skill cells, all the buffs obviously. What you can do with resilience is pod launch at his face through bullets and not give a fuck because they don't stagger you. And then just melee him for extra damage and then laser, 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 whatever. So here I'm just going to be doing lasers when they're off cooldown. I guess I can pod launch a little bit, but lasers are the #1 priority. I don't have skill gauge equipped, so that's why you can't see my laser cooldown. You gotta always keep him taunted, and try to not laser as you're about to be hit, because when you laser, you actually can't use the quick menu to heal. So it's really dangerous. #1 thing in this game's combat is don't die. I probably should have mentioned that earlier. Just never die, and you'll be fine. So that's phase 3 done. You just want to spam lasers for the most part and keep him taunted. This is phase 4. Just gonna buff up again. So I got caught in that, but with resilience you won't get caught in anything because you don't get staggered. Can't get chain stunned. So I'm actually, he is taunted right now, I believe. But there's a visual bug where if you taunt them and then they come off the taunt and then you instantly taunt them again, the visual effect doesn't show up. But the other effects still do, so the sound and the damage increase still happens. So anyway, once you kill him, you walk over to him, skip the cutscene,
I must have been corrupted when Eve detached from the network.
and then walk over to NieR. And that's the end of A ending.
It's okay.
Probably a bunch of things I forgot to say, and I'll probably put them in the comments of the video or in the description.
But we can't
But yeah.
upload this corrupted data to the bunker. So
And then time ends as this cutscene starts. Cool. So, if you've been with me for this long, you've done really well. I wish you all the best in speedrunning this game. You should probably join the Discord, ask tons of questions, watch people's runs, because that's the best way to learn. And then just start doing runs yourself and practicing. Yeah, can to snipe soon. I hope so. Please fucking beat my PB because it's trash and I can't find the motivation to beat it myself. You should download the practice tool, which is linked in the description, because that is really, really handy, especially for learning the first time. Learn how to use the hotkeys in that to warp around the whole world. The other stuff's pretty cool too. Infinite jump can help with learning out of bounds, because you can just like walk off an edge and then jump right back up, and walk off another edge, jump right back up. Yeah. If you watch people's runs, you'll see the strats that I didn't use, which are less quick strats, but maybe more safe. Some of the endgame boss rush stuff isn't achievable without double damage glitch plus slow-mo. Most people can't even DDG properly, so... Or single DG in slow-mo properly, so... But, yeah. Just really quickly, with this run, combat is like the biggest focus area. Definitely focus on combat. Heaps of time to save. Skips come second to that, and optimized movement third to that. That's basically it. That's everything I needed to say. Oh yeah, when you are doing runs, like when you're actually into the swing of things and doing runs, just make sure you remember to reset your game between attempts. If the first attempt went almost to negotiations, like you beat angles and then you were doing that movement, if you went past there, you need to reset your game because Skype glitch is active on this instance of the game, and that will disqualify your next run. Also, because NieR Automata is so weird, I should explain. When you have a save file, the save file contains all your settings. So you have 3 different save files with 3 different settings. If one of these save files I have here doesn't have music active on it, like I've got the music turned down, that's an example. So if I turn down the music here, it's only going to apply to this save file. So the settings and the controls are stored within each separate save file, and if I load another one, then the settings are all going to change to that save file stuff. If I load a save file and then start a new file, the new file is actually going to have the settings and controls of the file I loaded. So if you're using a weird setup like I am, and you want to keep on chaining runs together, like that, blah 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 blah, then this file is going to have the settings I did my last run with, because that was the last file that was loaded. If you just boot up the game one day and you want to do a run, and you have a good save file there already with nice settings, just load that save, then exit out of it, and then start a new game, and all the settings should port over. What you shouldn't do is open up the game for the first time, then start a new save file, because then you'll have to go through all of these and change them from default, which is really tedious, especially controls. Another thing you shouldn't do, if you have a run that died in prologue, so you haven't saved in the game yet, when you go into this load menu, when you come in here, it's going to be blank like this, no picture, and the playtime is going to be 0. So this is a save file I've just created. Pretend I went into prologue, got to angles, he gave me bad 20-second time loss RNG. What you don't do is load this save file, because even though it started with the good settings, you didn't actually save the save file, so it actually has default settings when you load it. So just don't do that and then start a new game, because yeah, you won't have your settings. And then you'll start the run and have to wait a few minutes and then reset. Anyway, so that's just a heads up about that, because I was super confused about how it worked when I began. I guess I should include my far settings just as an aside, just in case you want to copy them directly. Here they are. This is all default. Compatibility, you should have log level to 1. You should also press Ctrl-Shift-F to show your FPS, and I forget what the hotkey for this is, but it should show your clock. You don't need to show your FPS, that's just for your own benefit. What we ask you to show is the frame counter, which is log level 1 in the debug menu. This compatibility debugging, set your log level to 1. You don't need that one. You should also probably, well, it makes our life easier if you enable a clock, but you don't need to. At least I think you don't need to. I don't know, check the rules before you run. Input management, that's what I've got it set to. Window management. Borderless is really nice. Fully endorsed borderless. Volume, blah blah blah. OSD. Don't have any widgets active, don't have any plugins. I was using Reshade, but I decided to disable it permanently for performance. And then all this stuff is just default, I think. I know that's not default, but I can't remember why I put that there. I'm just gonna leave it. Anyway, that's about everything, I think. So, thanks for watching. Wish you luck and have fun.